Good morning, everybody. What is going on? What's happening? Happy Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed, it is beautiful, lovely, sunny, not raining, great day. Oh, baby, Thursday. Thursdays hype me up. Every day hypes me up when I'm here, when I'm trading with you guys, watching you guys succeed, all that good shit. So, again, nothing special about Thursday, but just being alive. It's a blessing. Beautiful day outside. Beautiful day in the market. Beautiful freaking people here on the live stream. So again, good morning, you beautiful sons of beep. Try to keep those cuss words on the low today. But anyway, guys, again, happy Thursday. It is April 8th, 2021, 9:09 in the market, and we have quite a few stocks to be watching today. Now, the leaderboard is pretty scattered, right? I spent about 20 minutes really dissecting this morning's up-gappers, and there's a lot of stuff moving. There's a lot of stuff with volume. There's a lot of gap ups, a lot of low floats, right? But a lot of these stocks as well, just don't look good from a price action, from a chart standpoint. Some don't have news. So guys, if you're new to the stream, every single morning, we take the first 20 minutes in pre-market to dissect everything that's on our up-gapper list that meets our criteria to be added to the watch list. Again, we're looking for a catalyst. Why is the stock currently moving? All right, we're taking the float in consideration. If we're looking for a big-time move, a big-time spike, obviously the lower the float, the better. So again, we're going to take that float into consideration as well, so we can be mindful of, is this going to be a big time rip and runner, $1, $2 move quickly, or is it 100 million in float stock to where it's going to be slow and steady? That's a big deal. That's something that we definitely need to be mindful of. And then most importantly, volume. Just because there's news, just because there's a low float, just because it says there's 2 million shares being traded doesn't mean there's a lot of activity. Again, we want to focus on the stock that every other trader is going to focus on as well. And how do we do that? By seeing where the attention is, by seeing where the activity is, right? So if we come into a, say VERY, for example, and the average daily volume is 10 million and it's trading 2, well, it's safe to say that there's not a substantial amount of traders over on that stock. We want to find something that's trading substantial volume in comparison to the average daily volume. So again, if you're new to the stream, that's what we do the first 20 minutes. Again, that's us doing our due diligence. That's us getting prepared, right? Trying to take these 20, 30 stocks that we see, narrow it down to the top 3 to 5 that have the best potential, going through once again and doing more due diligence, looking at that daily chart, looking at our higher time frames, marking up levels of support resistance, right? Overhead targets, chart setups, technical setups. I mean, you name it, we have to get in that mindset and we have to do our due diligence, every single day without fail. This is what professional traders do. This is what we do. All right. So with that being said, we got started just a little bit early so I can dive into my little bit of a rant. We have about 18 minutes until the opening bell. So let's go ahead and dive into it, guys. If you guys are looking at any tickers as well, go ahead and type those up in the chat box. Before we get going, good morning, everybody. Josh, Cameron, John, Mark, Danielle, Michael, JR, Matt, RT, good morning. Let's go. Let's make some money. All right. So that being said, I already went ahead and narrowed down to make it easy, right? Because if you're probably not new to the stream, all right? If you're not new to the stream, you already know how we're going to go through this. I've already narrowed down the stocks that have the best setups, that have the best volume, float, news, all that good stuff. So that'll save us a lot of time. All right. So let's go ahead and start with VERY. All right. I want to give you guys an example of a ticker, VERY, that's currently moving up with no news. One sec. Unless I missed this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so you have VERY, for example. 537. Shares of life insurance company currently up 100% in pre-market. Rose 200% earlier. No specific news to account for the news. Then why is it up from $10 all the way? Hitting those pre-market highs of 33, right? There's no news. All right, so there's still a second form of catalyst. So you have a catalyst that could be news that drives the stock, or it could be a daily chart setup that would drive the stock. That could be a catalyst as well. So look at that daily chart. I mean, is there anything that really stands out beautifully, any kind of technical setup, anything that really suggests, hey, traders see this beautiful daily setup and they want to get this going? Absolutely not, right? Absolutely not. There's no news either. So that's something to be very, very mindful of. Yeah, it's a low float stock. It's trading 2 million shares, but is that 2 million shares actually substantial, right? Yesterday was actually a pretty big day for this stock for whatever reason, right? This stock yesterday traded, where's that volume at? 90,000 shares. And why do I say it's substantial? Because look at the average. You can actually take your cursor on TD and lay it right over the tops of these bars. And you can see that the average volume is like 3,000. Yesterday it traded 93,000 shares, right? So we can already tell by looking at the volume on the daily chart, this rarely trades any volume. So we already know that, 2.3 million shares is pretty substantial. But again, why would we want to go ahead and focus on VERY when there's maybe 20 other stocks that we can dissect and find something that has better potential, something that has a catalyst, something that actually has a credible reason to be moving up? So with that being said, let's just go ahead and clarify. There's no catalyst on VERY. It is trading substantial volume. It is a low float stock. Add it to your watch list as a back burner play, right? Still, you do your due diligence, support, resistance. Where can this go if it starts moving on up, right? So I do have it added to the watch list as a back burner play. If for some reason we see the mob shift from one stock to another and it happens to be VERY, we're prepared, we're ready to go. All right, so moving on, let's actually talk about stuff that has news that may have some better potential today. So next we have AVCT. Let me go ahead and get my beautiful face out of here so you can actually see these up gappers on the scanners. We have AVCT. All right, so shares are trading higher after the company announced it received an unsolicited, non-binding offer to acquire all shares of its common stock for $9 per share. Why did this stock gap up and hit $9? Simply because the company announced it received an unsolicited, non-binding offer, right, to acquire all the shares. So they received an offer, but it's not binding towards anything. So what does that kind of tell me? Just kind of looking at some of these keywords in this headline, announcement to acquire all of the shares at $9. It was an unsolicited, non-binding offer. So do they really have to acquire all the shares at $9? No, it's a non-binding offer and they're not bound to do so from what I take from this press release. So, I mean, there's news, right? Non-binding offer to acquire all shares at $9. That's why we saw this stock gap up on that news. Tag $9. People that were in this stock, long-term traders, swing traders, whatever the case is, that's what we're seeing now is just some profit taking. All right. So do I really think this stock has a lot of great potential today? I really don't. I really don't think that AVCT has substantial potential today. I think we have some better stocks on the leaderboard that we should focus on, but there is a catalyst, right? There is a press release that is the cause for the stock to be moving on up. The average volume on AVCT is 53,000, right? This morning on AVCT, we are trading almost 956,000. It's a low float stock as well, so it does meet the criteria to be added to the watch list. So where could this stock come down to before moving back up? Well, my support line that I have is going to be $6.89, right around $7. So for any reason it just sells on off, we bounce, we hold, we start the transition back up, we do have support around $7, and we could possibly see this get back up towards around those pre-market highs of $9. But at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I do not think AVCT really has any life left to it. I could be wrong, but I do not think this is going to be a stock that really does anything today. If anything, it just kind of sells on off back below 7, maybe down to 6. Let's see if it's easy to short. AVCT. It's locatable. I can locate to see how much shares are, but if it's not easy to short, typically I'm not going to just jump in if I have to locate. But we'll keep it on watch just in case it does bottom out at that 689 support, and if it does start moving back up. So that's AVCT. Nothing too hot, right? Nothing too hot. Moving on, we have RICE, right? 527 this morning on RICE. They announced late Wednesday a merger agreement, right? Hot keywords to look for, guys. Merger and agreement. So right here we have merger is a 1-star keyword, an agreement 3-star, acquisition 2-star keyword, right? So we have a couple hot keywords in this press release that really stand out, right? They're announcing a merger agreement, right, to combine Area Energy and Area Energy into the industry-leading renewable gas, natural gas platform. So that's a pretty substantial press release. That's pretty good, right? They announced a merger agreement to combine basically 2 energy companies into the leading or the industry-leading renewable, I can't even talk today, guys. I'm tongue-twisted like a motherfucker. Renewable natural gas platform. So we do have some pretty good news, couple hot keywords to look for, right? RICE moving on up really nice. What is the floats over on RICE? Let's go ahead and Yahoo Finance. RICE, rice, baby. Dun, 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 dun. RICE, Rice Acquisition Corporation. Average volume, 120,000 shares, right? We can see that we're trading substantial volume. We've already hit 3 different candles, right, on the 5-minute, a million. So within the last 15 minutes, we've traded, over 3 million shares of volume. So we have substantial volume. Let's be mindful of what that float is. So what's the float on RICE? Yahoo Finance is saying the float is 21 million. So we have a relatively low float stock. Not super low, 1, 2, 3 million, right? But it's not high. So we do have a 20 million in float stock. This stock could definitely make some nice moves today when the market opens. We have some good news and we have great volume. So what do we just do? We found a stock that has no news that's not doing anything. We found another stock that has, okay news, not really doing anything. But now we have a stock that we found some hot keywords, right? The float's great, volume's great. We've just identified out of those 3 stocks that RICE is probably the best stock out of those last 3 to focus on, right? Not just because it's moving on up and it looks great from a chart perspective, because it has a good press release. The float's nice and low, and it has really good volume trading right now as well. So that's how we kind of break down these stocks if you are new to the stream. Basically dissecting all of these based on those pieces of criteria to identify which stocks have the best potential. So we're not focusing on a stock like VERY when probably 80% of the traders are going to be focusing on RICE, right? We want to be where everybody else is because that's where the most opportunity for profit is going to be. So I'm definitely going to be watching RICE out of the gate. So where can this stock go? So right now we're going back as far as we can go, right? On the daily chart, going back as far as possible, 10 years, and we can see that the highest this stock's ever been was $14.08. So that is going to be some pretty tough resistance over on RICE. Now, if we hit resistance and we continue to come down and we're pulling back, where does this stock have support? Well, again, we're looking at the daily chart right now, right? We're just trying to get conviction. As many times as a stock on the daily charts hit a certain price, that's great conviction that that's going to be a key level of either A, support, or B, resistance. So if we're looking at this chart, we can see right here through this time, we had a lot of attempts to get over that 1275, right? I'd actually bring it down just a little bit lower, probably right around, that 1270, right? We can see here, back in January, we tried to get over 1270, rejected here. Tag 1270, tag 1270, tagged 1270, tagged it again. So again, that's how I'm building conviction that that's a good area. So if the stock comes down to 1271, right, we can see it was resistance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times right around that 1270 to 1275 level. We're above that level now, right? So if we ever pull back towards around that 1270 to 1280, we can expect to see old resistance hold up as new support. Now, if we never pull back to 1270, 1280, and we break over 1411, that is going to be new support. As far as resistance, I mean, guys, the sky is the limit, right? The highest the stock's ever been was 1408. So how high can this go? Well, next strongest line of resistance is going to be $15. After that, the next strongest line of resistance is going to be $20. But what we can do to play it safe, to play it smart, is every dollar, every whole dollar is going to be some decent resistance. Every 50 cents will be light resistance, right? It may not really hold it down, but again, every full dollar from, again, 15 to 20, so 16, 17, 18, and 19 is going to act as natural resistance. So you just have to be mindful of that, right? If we're in this play and we're trying to say, hey, Josh, there's not a lot of overhead targets, where am I taking profit? Start locking some profit in every dollar, all right, on a play like RICE, especially since we don't have a lot of resistance overhead, okay? So again, that's only if we're long on this play. If this does set up, let's say I'm long, I'll be looking to take profit around every dollar on this play, and the next major line of resistance is going to be all the way up towards around $20. Moving on, we have APRE. So APRE, Apria Therapeutics on Wednesday receives FDA orphan drug designation for, holy wow, I can't read that word, eprinapatipatip. Yeah, that's exactly what that says, right? Eprinapatipatip for treatment of acute myeloid leukemia. See, I got leukemia right. That's good. But what's this entrepreneur-papatop? I don't even know what that means. But it doesn't matter. We're looking for hot keywords, right? So they received FDA orphan drug designation. So it's a decent press release, right? For leukemia. So, okay, we have a couple hot keywords to look for here in this press release on APRE. APRE right now just doesn't look all that great here in pre-market, but let's go ahead and do our due diligence, right? APRE, we have a reason for the stock to be moving up. APRE, average volume is 1.3 million shares, right? What are we currently trading here in pre-market on APRE? If I can find it, APRE, here you are, I found you, girl. All right, so APRE is 1.2 million shares in pre-market. Average daily volume is 1.3. So we haven't even yet gotten close. I mean, we're close, but we haven't yet exceeded that 2x relative volume on APRE. So it doesn't really have tons of activity, tons of action, right? There's not substantial volume. Yeah, it's a 14 million in float. Yeah, it has news. The short float percentage is 21%. So that means out of the 14 million in float, it's 3 million shares that are currently short as of yesterday, give or take, based on the short percentage of the float. So again, 20% of the float short. So 20% of 15 is what? It's 3. So it's 3 million shares short. So far today, we've only traded 1.3. So again, we definitely need to see some more volume move into this play. We do have a pretty high short float percentage. So if we do start moving on up, and if we do start breaking over some key technical levels on APRE, if this one does happen to get some hype, we could definitely see some of these these shorters covering their position to help boost the stock up to really get it going. So don't discredit APRE. Yes, right now, it really doesn't meet our criteria to a T. We want to find stocks that are trading at least 2 times above the average daily volume. We look at the chart, it doesn't really look all that great, but I do want you guys to add this to your watch list just in case we start breaking on up over $5.50, $6. This could really get some movement towards it, especially if we start breaking over some key resistance levels, especially because we do have a 21.99 short float percentage, which equates to around 3 million shares currently short on the stock. It is a lower float stock. It does have news. We just need to see some more volume move in. All right, so we got about 2 minutes to go. We're going to kind of just run through this real quick. You guys get the gist, if you're new to the stream, of what we do every single morning to narrow down our stocks. We do have IMMP. They received fast track designation from the FDA. So fast track designation is a pretty good press release, and we have a hot keyword in there, cancer related. So FDA fast track designation in regards to cancer. That's pretty good, all right? So IMMP is trading 5 million shares right now. IMMP trading 5 million shares. The average volume on the stock is 2.5. So we're trading 2 times more volume this morning than we do on average over on IMMP. So that meets our criteria. Number 2, we have a press release. Number 3, what's the float? It's a pretty large float, right? If we look at IMMP, the float on IMMP is, I was actually looking at ORBC. Where's IMMP at? IMMP, where are you? Yeah, okay, so it is, 61 million in float. So it's something to be mindful of. It's not a low float stock. It's actually on the borderline of a larger float stock. So when the market opens, this may be a slow, steady mover, but definitely let's keep it on watch. We do have volume, we do have activity, and we have a decent press release as well. And then I want to look at ORBC real quick. ORBC 928 trading higher after the company announced it entered into an agreement to be acquired by GI Partners for $11.50 per share in cash. So guys, yeah, there's an acquisition. They're being acquired by GI Partners. But what's the one thing that we see out of this press release? What's the acquisition cost? $11.50 per share. Do you really think ORBC is going to rip and run past $11.50 a share? No, that's what it's being acquired for. That's what the company is currently valued at, is $11.50 per share. So don't expect to see ORBC really do too much today. It may trade within a 50-cent range, up to 12, down to 11, if it does have any kind of activity. But 90% of the time, when we see a stock being acquired by another company at a certain share price, in this case $11.50, that stock stays stagnant throughout the day, right around that acquisition price. And again, in this case for ORBC, is going to be $11.50. So I wouldn't really pay too much attention to that, but definitely keep it on your back burner. Next, and last but not least, we have SFET, ladies and gentlemen. SFET has a great press release. Where's it at? They're an approved vendor, all right, an approved vendor to NASA's Solution for Enterprise-Wide Procurement Contract Vehicle. So they're NASA's preferred and approved vendor. So SFET has some really good news there. SFET is a low float stock, so we're definitely going to add this to our watch list as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening bell. Let's have an awesome day. Let's be smart. Let's make the best trades and let the money flow on in. Right now, I have no trades on the day, but we are going to walk away on a positive note. We are going to walk away with some green on the table. Let's have fun. Let's be smart. Let's make some money, guys. So once again, good morning if you're just now tuning in. And let's do it. So number one stock I'm focused on right now is SFET above 160. Still one thing I'm doing today is I'm going to wait for probably that first 5 to 15 minutes and wait for things to fade. What have we been seeing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Stocks pushing up quickly, fading, then getting a nice pop to it, right? So with that being said, I'm not going to be really jumping in on anything, right out of the gate for breakouts because I don't want to still fall into that trap and be the guinea pig. So SFET, we had that 50-day moving average that we want to see it hold above now, which puts you about 170. So SFET getting some nice action towards it. We have room to those pre-market highs all the way up towards around that 179. Anything over 179, 184, light resistance off the daily chart, and then over 184, lots of room up to $2. Right, if we ever start breaking over $2, we could possibly see this stock all the way up to $3 today over on SFET. So right now, my focus is on SFET. And I am going to just do a quick little scan through some of these others real quick, see what else is moving on up, if any. I do want to keep RICE on watch as well. That's probably number 2 on the leaderboard for me as far as where my focus is going to be. Number 3, AVCT. So again, my number 1 focus right now, SFET. Number 2, I'm watching RICE. Number 3, I'm going to be watching AVCT. I don't expect VERY to do too much, but let's just keep it on our watch list. I do want to keep ODT on watch as well. This was yesterday's mover that we actually made some pretty decent money on. So I do want to keep ODT on watch just in case it starts moving back up. OCGN as well. I do want to keep this on watch. And then might as well keep UTME on watch too. So those were 3 of yesterday's top movers. Again, UTME, OCGN and ODT that I want to keep on our back burner, just in case we see all of our fresh stocks this morning fade on off. What are traders going to do? Man, all these stocks this morning that had news that were good, they're just selling on off. Where's the opportunity? Where are we going to make money? Oh, what was moving yesterday? Maybe let's run back over to ODT. Maybe let's go start trading OCGN, right? So we definitely need to just go ahead and keep those on our back burner, keep them on watch, just in case we continue to see some of these stocks sell on off today. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Catherine, John, Cameron, Andy. We got 44 viewers, as everybody would say. Smash that like button. With that being said, I'm just sitting back on my hands right now, guys. Still drinking my energy drink. I think I need it because I was over there slurring my words during our pre-market stuff. Can't even talk today. You guys ever have those mornings where you wake up, you feel mentally awake, you're alive, you're enthusiastic, you're pumped up, you're good to go, but when you start talking, you just can't seem to get the words out of your mouth? It's kind of what I'm in today. I'm wide awake. My mind's going 100 miles an hour. I have so many projects to get done today, right? I'm fired up. I'm energetic. I'm here working with you guys. I love it. But I can't seem to get those words out of my mouth correctly. So bear with me, guys. I'm not perfect. I'm not going to be on point 100% of the time. You may actually see me sing a little bit today, do the jackhammer, because my mind's not all there. So, yeah, you guys are in for a show. All right, so right now we don't really have anything setting up, guys. The only thing would be RICE. So all eyes right now over on RICE. Where's support? Back down towards around that 1408, right? That previous high, right off the daily. So we have a new all-time high. First all-time high was around 1408, and that is the area in which we want to see this hold on up. Right now I'm focused on this. Let's see if we break 15. If we get rejected off 15, looking for a bounce around 14 over on RICE. Hey, and RICE is easy to short as well. I was having some fun yesterday scalping a lot of these plays, just in and out, in and out, in and out, locking in 100, 200 bucks here and there, taking very, very small risk. So you may see me just kind of scalping away the day as well, as that's the kind of market we're in my opinion. Not a hold on for dear life, but kind of scalp around. You know, if I take a $100 hit here or there, that's cool. I am short RICE, and the reason is we're losing volume along the move up. We're right at $15 resistance, right? We're losing volume along the move up. We're due for a pullback, so I'm going to go ahead and cover my shares. Quick 240 bucks. My goodness. What a great way to start the day. Shorting right off 15 resistance. I saw decreasing volume along the move up. That shows a little bit of weakness from the buyers, right? When the stock's moving up on less and less volume, that's a good sign for a possible pullback. I went ahead and grabbed a short right there. Very quick in and out. In at 1483, 500 shares. Out at 1435. Locked in a quick $240 to start this beautiful day over on RICE, and it's easy to short. So that's why I went ahead and just jumped on in on that short. So right now I'm going to play this long and short. This has a lot of potential to go long and short. I'll probably stick with around 500 shares to just scalp this. So long, short, and we'll be good. Right now, technicals look great. We do have a little bit of negative divergence on the RSI. You can see here we hit that high in pre-market, lower high on the RSI, but a higher high here intraday. So if we can't break 15 and hold, this actually may be a good, longer term short as far as shorting this for a good majority of the day, especially if we dip back below 14 and if we cannot get above 15. So right now I may be looking to take another quick little scalp on this play, RICE. I'm long. 1463, a little late of an entry. Looking for another quick little pop up towards the highs. If we can't, I'll keep my stops pretty tight. So that was a pretty ugly candle. Anything under 14, I'm going to have to just walk away from it. It looked good for that pullback for another leg up above the 9. That's why I went ahead and jumped in. It was a little late on the fill, but yeah, anything under 14, I'll cut it here. Little premature trade on my part. It was. I pulled the trigger and got a little late of a fill, so, you know, it happens. Average cost is 14.37. Let's see if we can actually hold 14, and this next candle gives us a little bounce here. If we can get a little bounce on this next candle, maybe I can get out at break even, but right now it's looking pretty weak. Right now it's looking pretty weak. Let's see if we get a little quick shift. I may actually just go ahead and cut it. I'm not liking this price action whatsoever. I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit off the table, hold a little bit just in case it pushes. Worst case, I'm back to break even on the day, and I'm okay with that. It's still only 8 minutes into the market. So right now, we have to bounce off 14 back over 14.5. Anything under 14.25, I'll go ahead and just walk away from it. And just kind of sit back on my hands and be a little bit more patient. So anything under 14.25, just like that, I'm going to go ahead and just lock that one up. Go ahead and lock that up. So the reason I got in on that, guys, just so you know, I took the short. The reason I got in on that is because look at that one candle, right? It was a little bit of a 1 minute hammer doji, right? Right above the 9. This candle here started the push, and I expected this to be a nice pop back up to 15. That's why I went ahead and got my entry. It was right at the high of that candle, and then it just wasn't really, I wasn't really digging the price action. Now I wish I would have held it, right? But I did the right thing. Wasn't really liking the price action. I went ahead and got out. So again, that was my reasoning for this trade. Again, took the short, covered it, flipped long off the 9 EMA, decreasing volume pullback right into that pre-market high. Nice little hammer doji. To me, that signaled a possible reversal. It happened to chop just a little bit too much. Didn't like it, went ahead and cut it. But again, it did get that push on up. So right now, RICE hitting new all-time highs. Support's going to be back down at 15. I would even throw it as low as 1487 is going to be support over on RICE. And I really like these first 1 minute candle pullbacks, right? So if we get a little red candle, the next candle to open, if it starts to squeeze over these highs, watch me scalp this up towards 16. Right? So if we get a nice little candle that holds above 15, the next one opens and we start to squeeze, watch me go ahead and scalp this up through the high of day into $16 with stops below 1488. So that's kind of my game plan right now, depending on how this candle closes, how the next one opens on up. So I'll probably take a small starter as well. We might get a 2 candle pullback, but let's see what happens here. Okay, I'm long. I'm long right now. I got a dip by a 14 or at 14.94. I'm long at 14.94. I'm going to risk 10 to 20 cents here. Looking for this to hold 15 and get a nice squeeze. So I am currently long at 14.94. I really like my entry here. 20-cent stops. Anything under 14.75, I'm going to cut this. Right now I'm long 14.94, 600 shares. Looking for this to hold. Looking for the next leg up. Looking at 20 to 25 cent stops at the most. Got about 25 more seconds for this candle to close on out. We definitely need to hold that 14.75 at the lowest. I took a starter there. Again, 14.94, 600 shares. If we hold, I may actually average into this play and grab a 1,200 share position and look for that nice big move on up. Let's see if we get some buying pressure back above 15 to close. That would be a good signal. Might be a little 3 candle pullback here. I'm still okay with my position. I'm still okay with it. I want to give this a little bit of breathing room. I think this one does have some decent potential to get back up to at least 15.45 for a first target. If not, stops are going to be underneath the 9 EMA here. Basically underneath that 14.75 low. So let's see if we can close back above on this candle and a little doji above the 9. That would be a great indication. I'm gonna average in on this play. I'm actually averaging in here. I'm looking for that big time move on up. So I think this has a lot of great potential, guys. So I have 1,200 shares at $14.90. Let's see if we re-break that 15 here and get a nice pop. Re-break at 15, nice pop. That's all we need to get this thing going. It's struggling. It's fighting for it. I think it has some potential, so I might have to spread my stop a little bit, and I'm okay with that, because I do think this play has some good potential. So I'm going to have to let it breathe a little bit. But I have my finger on the trigger just in case it does get slammed, right? Because anything can happen in the stock market, right? Someone come in, throw a big market order, slam it all the way down, and I have to cut my loss. So finger on the trigger, but I want to see this hold that 14.75 like it's trying and get this nice little reversal off this pullback. There's 14.63. It's not looking all that great. It had a lot of great potential, though. I'm still holding it, though. I haven't cut my loss yet. But yeah, I'm not liking this candle here. I'm going to have to go ahead and get out. That was a nasty close. Nasty close. Am I just going to end up scalping this until I get the right one? Let's see how this candle. So we have a little uptrend now. So, right, we have the uptrend, the higher highs, the higher lows. Let's just see if it can hold the uptrend. Curious to see if it holds that 1450 in the uptrend. What do we look like on a 5 minute? Ugh, looks like crap. Yeah, so RICE is getting pretty weak. RICE had a lot of potential, but right now RICE is looking pretty weak at this point in time. Let's just kind of sit back on this and wait to see where it's going to come down to. Right? Even though I took a loss on that play, I don't care. I will take this trade 100% of the time. Whenever I see these new breaks in the new intraday highs and we get a nice 2 to 3 candle pullback to the previous high on, at that point in time, decreasing volume, I will take that trade time and time again. This is an 80-20 setup. 80% of the time, these stocks do rip and run, right? Off that pullback, get a nice break and a nice continuation. 20% of the time, we get a nice little sell-off like we're seeing here. So I had to cut my loss. But if I saw that setup again, would I take it? Absolutely. I will take this trade 100% of the time because I know 80% of the time I will be right. So with that being said, this was just, unfortunately, that 20% that I was wrong, and I had to cut my losses. Let's go ahead and look at something else. What do we got? SFET, anything? No. IMMP? No. APRE? Nope. RICE still has potential. AVCT, trying to get a nice little move to it here. Got anything with yesterday's movers? Nope, nope, and nope. ECOR from Angel has movement on my scanner. Let's just check out ECOR real quick. ECOR. So ECOR does have some movement, is trading some decent volume. We just have some strong resistance right at this 236. So we have our 50-day moving average. We have previous daily resistance and support right around that 236. That's going to be a pretty key level of resistance. Now, if we can really start breaking up over that 236, 250, we do have room all the way up to $3. So let's definitely keep ECOR on watch over that 236. Yeah, and then we do have AVCT trying to get some action towards it as well. And this was the company reported it received the non-binding offer to acquire everything at 9 a share. So we may see this back up towards around 9. We have our bottom right around $7 here this morning. ABCT was something that we were talking about this morning. Definitely has potential. It is a 3 million in float stock. Currently trading just shy of 2 million shares and up 32%. This one does have some potential, but again, let's see if we can actually hold some of these gains, right? RICE looking like a good break, looking like a good setup for another leg to the upside. Couldn't hold on up, giving everything back. So I want to be a little bit more certain with my next play, just to make sure I'm not getting into something that's just going to go dump and go south on us. VERY is actually getting some nice action right now, right? VERY was one of those plays that just didn't have really any credible reason to be moving on up. But this one right now, guys, get some nice action towards it. How high can this one go? Let's look at that daily chart. Start mapping out our levels. Got 1744 light support, $20 resistance. Over 20 up towards around 23 to 25. And then, yeah, we do have room all the way back up into that $33 area over on VERY. So I'm going to add VERY off to my side chart just to kind of keep this one on watch, make sure we don't miss anything. But I want to see this over 20. RICE LULD to the downside, limit up, limit down, 1261. So right now, for any reason it were to dump down to 1260, it would get halted to the downside over on RICE. We have AVCT, and this is one of the reasons why I said let's just sit back and wait, because I don't want to get caught up in something that looks good, but then just gives everything back. So right now, I got, intraday support down towards around 7. Our plays from yesterday really not doing too much. SOS, UTME, OCGN. So I would say right now, let's just focus on VERY, as this is where it seems like all the traders are currently at, over on VERY. Looking very nice. Nah, it's not looking very nice, but so if this one holds this 1917, we could definitely get a pop over the highs. But again, I'm not really seeing anything hold its gain, so I'm going to be a little bit more patient with my trades. RICE out of the gate was looking really nice, but that one just went to shit. VERY having some struggle right here. We look at support. Support's going to be back down towards around 1633 over on VERY. I'm going to go ahead and take a couple off the watch, like APRE. There's no reason to be watching APRE. That one just has a really ugly chart. RICE, we're still keeping that one on watch. AVCT. INMP, I mean, we'll definitely keep it on our watch list for now. If we can hold above 330, maybe see a reversal, but I'm not too crazy about it. But definitely worth keeping on watch. SFET, not looking good. ECOR. So yeah, right now, the only one that looks decent is, VERY, guys. This one is a higher risk play though, right? This thing moves $2 in the matter of seconds. So again, this is something you got to be very mindful of. This is a very high risk, high reward play. All right. Yeah, DBDB, Tesla's ripping. Yeah, I just come to find that I'm not very good day trading Tesla. Tesla for me is more of a long-term hold. At one point in time, I actually had Tesla on my do not trade list because I had just been destroyed by Tesla one too many times day trading it. So I tend not to day trade Tesla because it's just very erratic. It's very all over the place. And I've had much, much better luck actually just buying this and holding this for swing trades, for my long-term investment account, everything like that. So I probably won't be too interested in trading Tesla right now, but definitely something to keep on watch. Now, I do not know out of the 42 viewers what kind of entrepreneurs that we have here, but I'm always looking to bring on new partners, new individuals to assist with certain things behind the scenes with Alpha Day Trading. So if anybody in here has really good skill set, right, with social media marketing, with how to build proper landing pages, right, like a landing page that you land on for a service or product, there's a lot of criteria behind a professional and a proper landing page. So if any of you guys have different skill sets and you're an entrepreneur and you do other things, please let me know. If it's something I ever need help with, I would definitely reach out to you first, as I want to make sure I'm, helping you any way I can, not only with providing trading education, doing what we do here on the live streams, but if you bring a skill set to the table, being able to generate you some extra income and bring you on to develop some things for us as well. So it'd kind of be win-win. So if anybody ever has a skill set, they're like, hey, Josh, man, I'm great at building landing pages. I've been doing it for 5 years. I can definitely help you out. Let's talk. Maybe you can make a couple extra bucks. I'm all about supporting the individuals that support me. So thank you guys for being here. So right now, the market's just not all that great, right? This week, the market hasn't been all that great. The market's been a little all over the place, a little erratic. Nothing really just stealing the show, ripping and running and holding its gains, right? A lot of these stocks are fading on off by the end of the day. So right now, I'm still just sitting back. We're only 26 minutes into the market, currently down $430.38, which is okay. I was up a little bit. I took that second trade, which I got stopped out of RICE, but it's still early on in the day. Still early on, and we just need to find that one really, really good setup. Right? Where's that one really, really good setup at? Right now, I haven't really seen that opportunity present itself. So right now, I'm still watching RICE back down towards around 1270. IMMP, nothing really hot. Microsoft is just an absolute beast, breaking over that 250 mark here in pre-market. Actually, no, in post-market last night. So that 250 was a pretty key level there. Angel saying AAME, getting some volume. Let's check it out. I'm definitely willing to look at anything because right now the market's just not all that hot. First thing that I always do, you guys know this by now, the first thing I do when I pull up a ticker is I go right to the daily chart and I look to see where it's at in conjunction with its moving averages. So we can see right here that we have a lot of that 422 resistance from these moving averages that we're trying to creep above. We can see that we have some decent resistance overhead from 420 to 450. Anything over 450, we could definitely see $5. Right now, the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of is the stock making these new highs on very much decreased volume. So that tells me that we may see a pullback coming up soon, but let's keep it on watch. There's no news today on AMME. As far as volume, all right, today we're trading 663,000 shares, so we're slightly above the average, creeping up to it anyway, but we just have a lot of resistance right here overhead. So let's keep it on watch. Let's not forget about it, but let's just be mindful that we have a lot of resistance from 420 to 450. That's when things get exciting. Over 450, we could definitely see it up into maybe that $5 area. Cameron, EARS. Ears. Oh, what's up with Ears? Ears was a mover, what was it, last week? I remember seeing EARS on my watch list from last week. So 802 EARS to provide business updates on AM301 program on April 13th. So nothing hot, but there's a press release on it. Here's as a previous mover. We hit these highs all the way up into the low sixes. Looking at the daily chart, where's resistance? We have room to 523. Looking right through this level here, resistance at 446. More resistance right there, which we're trying to kind of hold above that 380 to 385. Actually, we can bring that line down just a smidge into the 382. So we had a little bit of that daily resistance around that 380 to 385. Right now, we're trying to hold above. We can actually break 4. Your first target over 4 would be 446 over on EARS. So if we can break over 4, you do have room to that 446 level. Will's Trading Adventure, VERY. How did you miss that move? Yeah, this was a beautiful halt strategy, right? We talk about this the last 2 weeks where the stock gaps up, pulls back very quickly into the halt area, then squeezes. Yeah, if I was actually paying attention to VERY at that point in time when it went live, I definitely would have been trying to nail that trade here and taking that up for a possible $2, $3 move. But hey, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Didn't happen. I missed it. Now I just need to sit back, be patient, and wait for the next best trade. I always think of it like Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon. I always say you can't catch 'em all, stock trading. Right now, not a fan of VERY. It's not really doing too much. ECOR, giving quite a bit back. SFET, losing a lot of volume. IMMP, not doing too much. Again, we said we'd keep IMMP on watch above 330 if it can actually hold, but right now, not looking all that great. RICE, slowly fading. We're losing volume, though, so that's good. So we're losing a lot of the selling volume. So if we come down to a nice level of support, we might actually be able to see a little reversal over on RICE. So I'm actually throwing this up on a 5-minute chart. We're actually going to go ahead and take a fib off this initial move. We can see here that we have a 50% fib retracement right around that 1306. The other nice thing about that 1306 level, not just because it's the 50% fib, but it's also that low of that little hiccup area, right? Where the stock's in a nice big squeeze. You get a brief stall. Traders try to determine which way they're taking it, in this case up. So I call that a little bit of a hiccup area, and stocks tend to pull back to that level, and it also happens to be that 50% fib retracement and $13 natural support. So if RICE can bottom and level right around that 13-ish mark, we could see a nice little reversal here coming on up over on RICE. Again, I like the decreasing volume. I like the pullback to the 50. I like that little pullback to the hiccup area. I think we might be able to see something here shortly on RICE if we can hold above 13. VERY is just kind of just sitting sideways, trying to hold above 19 at this time and really having a struggle to do so. So let's wait for this 5-minute candle to close on out over on RICE. Depending on how we look, and they start, scaling in to a small position on RICE and slowly adding to it, especially if we get some nice volume and some nice momentum, possibly back up towards around that $15 level. So right now, I'm just kind of sitting back on my hands, waiting for RICE. I think this one has some of the best potential, and it looks the best for a possible setup compared to, like VERY or IMMP. So right now, all eyes on RICE, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Gunner. I appreciate that. All right. So I do like RICE. We're getting ready to close out on this 5-minute candle. So I may start scaling in like a couple hundred shares at a time just to build a nice position between that 13 to 1350 without taking on too much heat. I don't want to really lose more than a couple $100 on this trade. So to go ahead and start to try and build a nice position, try and get somewhere around 2 to 250 shares. Give it 50-ish cents of breathing room just in case it does come cracking below 13. But I do think this one has some potential. But remember, RICE is a little bit higher risk, higher reward, right? A little bit higher risk, higher reward over on RICE. VERY looking like it's trying to pop on the 2-minute chart here. So actually, let's go ahead and shift our attention real quick. Let's give RICE another 5 minutes or so. Let's go ahead and shift our attention over here to VERY. I'm not a breakout trader, but this one can definitely get a nice big break over that $20 mark. But right now we can see that it's a little all over the place, right? Tried to go for 20, a lot of selling coming in right now. So if I do take this trade, again, this is another very high risk, high reward play. I wouldn't be doing anything crazy as far as size. I'd be looking to take some pretty low size and look for a bigger move on a play like this. Just in case it does turn south and it dumps hard, right? You just got to be mindful of that. If I get caught up in a $2 dump, I want to make sure that I'm not losing thousands of dollars. So I probably wouldn't do any more than a couple hundred shares on this play. But right now, it's really just between VERY and RICE, right? There's really nothing going on anywhere else. So right now, all eyes on RICE and VERY. And I'm kind of 50-50 with them, right? I'm like, VERY has a lot of potential over 20. Then I look at RICE that we've already got a nice pullback. And we do have a lot of potential for maybe a $2 move over here. So I'm kind of like 50-50 on which play do I think has the best potential. Which one do I want to get involved with? Right now, I haven't really found one that screams, trade me. I'm more leaning to VERY at this point in time. So I'm actually long, small size VERY, guys. All right, I'm between RICE and VERY. So I went ahead and took a small entry just to see if we go ahead and get this pop up over 20. Yeah, I'm only like 100 shares. Trying to put some money to work. Decent little setup. Nothing beautiful, but decent over on VERY. So putting a little bit of money to work here to see if we get that move on up over 20. Because this one does have a lot of potential, right? Next target's 23.23. 23.23 on the daily. And I mean, this one could get all the way back up to 30. So, I mean, you don't need tons of size if this one just goes absolutely bananas. So let's see if we get a nice big squeeze. LULD on this play is 21.50. So if we get a nice dollar pop here into the 21.50s, watch for this to get halted. Let's see if buyers really want to get something going right now. We're trying to push into a new intraday high. Right now, struggling a little bit here. But I'm okay with my cost basis, so I'm okay with holding this for a little bit. Just to see if we can actually break and go here. We dip back below 20, I'll go ahead and just sell for a small teeny weeny profit and look to buy the dip. Because right now we're above 20. I want to see this price hold above 20. We had a nice close and this candle's really fighting for it. So anything back below 20, I'll cut, look to buy a little bit lower. Looks like we're starting to get that squeeze. LULD on this play, guys. Limit up, limit down on VERY is... Where's that limit up, limit down? 2205 now. So 2205 is the halt area for VERY. Break over 21, really get some nice volume, some nice hype. Anything back under 2050, I'll go ahead and cut, look to rebuy off 20. So I'm going to go ahead and just take some profit there because we're struggling way too much. So I'm just going to scalp this bad boy like DBDB says. Scalp that mother. Scalp it. So it was just struggling a little too much. I mean, could it break out? Absolutely. But this market that we're in, a little choppy market. Go ahead and lock it in when I have it. Green's green. Small base hits. So 2270 is the LULD on this play. 2270 is limit up, limit down. Right now, hit 22, getting a lot of selling pressure. What? Okay, so where's the halt to the downside on this play? 1822. So it'd have to come all the way back down to 1822 to get halted. So that's pretty far away. So I don't really see this getting halted to the downside anytime soon. All right, let's see if we get a little bit of a shift. So let's go back to RICE real quick. RICE was my second option. This one's still trying to level out down towards around this $13 mark, while VERY is giving quite a bit back down towards around 1960 at this point in time. Do we have anything hitting our breakout? Just VERY on the breakout scanner, VERY on our halt scanner, VERY number 1 on the leaderboard. So it's between VERY and RICE. Let's go check out EARS real quick. I know that's one that we were looking at. And we were basically saying we need to hold that 4. We have a nice, potential up to 450, then 5 over on EARS. Go ahead and just add EARS to the watch. Yeah, right now I don't really like too much, guys. Right now I'm not really digging too much. Nothing looks super hot right now. And still, I mean, we're only 42 minutes into the market, so we still have plenty of time. Wesley got that Alpha Day Trading Starter Kit today. Woo! Good shit, man. You're going to love the course. I know you're going to love it. If you've watched any lessons so far, just give everybody some feedback on how you're liking it so far. But I tell you what, nothing but amazing feedback so far with the course. So good stuff. I know you're going to learn a lot. And again, if you ever have any questions, comments, concerns, never hesitate to reach out. I'm always here to help you guys out. Right now, not really digging the market, guys. I'm sure we're all on the same page. Not really digging the market. The only thing that I think that may have some potential coming up soon would be RICE for a nice little double bottom here. A little bit of a reversal starting to form. I'm okay with taking a small loss just to try to get something going. So let's scalp some rice. Let's scalp rice here, and let's see if we can't get anything over this 1350 for a quick little pop. I'm going to go ahead and lock that in. Quick little scalp on RICE. In at 1350, out at 1368. Just a quick little move, guys. I'm not a huge fan of the market, so again, I'm just going to scalp it. So I scalped it for nearly 20 cents there. About 120 bucks on the play. So, I'm just digging myself out of this teeny little hole that I'm in with just simple scalps. And I think that's the market that we're going to be in again today as well. Is just really scalping this market. So that being said, I took this off a double bottom. So as you guys heard, we're starting the double bottom here, near that 50% fib, near that hiccup level, right? We had a lot of good reasonings behind taking this trade. So I went ahead and just took it for a quick little, about $150 scalp. So nothing crazy, nothing hot, but as DB said, scalp that motherfucking market. Scalp away. That's what I did yesterday, and I was able to make a little over $1,000 just scalping these little moves. Not holding too long, getting caught up in these dumps, but just in and out quick. EARS, I want to see this pull back to 4. I definitely want to go long on this, so I'm not going to lie. EARS, you guys know I love these pullbacks. Right to those previous levels. I missed the entry. I can't be buying at this 420. I want to get in next to like that 410-ish mark. But EARS has some good potential for a new high a day here. So, what? Jump in, risk 10 cents, look for a new high a day? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. If we can only just get that nice little push on up off that nice little pullback. So this has got to be the candle that breaks over that 423. If we can't break over that 423, watch it come back down to $4 over on EARS. So support's down in the low 4s over on EARS. What's VERY doing? VERY trying to curl again right off this light 1880 support. Still nothing too crazy. It's definitely choppy and all over the place. ECOR, that's coming off watch, guys. Let's take that off. Not doing much. SFET. We'll keep it on watch for a little bit. Same thing with IMMP. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to a 2-minute just to kind of clean some of this choppiness up, as some of these stocks are pretty choppy. We got a couple more minutes over on EARS. If we can close nice on this 2-minute, maybe get a nice little reversal here on EARS for a $4 pullback bounce for a possible new high a day. We do have room up to 446 on EARS as long as we hold above $4. ERS trying to hold 4, having a hard time right now. A lot of selling pressure right now on EARS. A lot of selling pressure. Not enough buyers to really try and prop this stock up above 4. Watch for it to crack $4. Based on the price action and what I'm seeing from the buyers, it looks like we may crack $4 here briefly. Watch for it to still try and hold above that $3.95 if $4 does crack over on EARS. But right now, I'm really not liking the price action on this to the long side. Still kind of sitting back and waiting. Depending on how this candle closes out, we may still have a possible setup for a reversal, but it's not like super nice or anything like that. What are we looking like on a 5-minute? 5-minute, 2-minute, Yeah, I'm not like super crazy about it. But it does have some decent potential over 4. Go ahead and throw a little uptrend on this play. We can throw this nice little uptrend here. Right off this low, right around VWAP. So I actually may look to take this above the trend line, guys. So I actually may look to take this if we hold this uptrend for the next leg up. I see a lot of buyers right around that 395 mark. So here's what I'm going to do over on EARS. EARS, I'm looking for this to hold the trend line, close back above 4 to start a little position to see if we can't get a nice pop back up to the 423s. But right now, I'm currently not in. I really want to wait to see how this candle closes. See if we get a nice pop and close back above 4. And I'm like 50-50 with it. I'm like 50-50. I mean, support, we have VWAP support 395, the trend line. You know what? I think that's a good risk play. I could risk 10 cents on this play, which is the absolute most I want to risk. So I'm in right now, 600 shares, right at that $4 bounce. I'm looking to see if we get the bounce. If not, I'll cut my losses at 390. But I do like the trend line. I do like how it's trying to hold above $4. Nice little pullback to these previous highs. So we do have that nice little intersection point of support. So that makes it a good little area to go ahead and start a position. And keeping those stops really tight right around that 390 mark. Right now, we're starting to see that bounce, so that's good. We got some volume moving in, bounce around those previous highs, VWAP, trend line. So I'm going to keep my stops right below that trend line, and I may keep averaging into this position if we keep building on up. But right now, I'm just sitting on my 1,200 shares, right at a $4 cost basis, still risking that 10 cents. Wanting to see if we can keep getting that leg on up here. We still look good and we still have some nice volume moving in. I may continue to, again, just average into this position. So right now, I'm still just sitting on 1,200. There's 411, 412, so that's good. We're trying to break up over these little resistance levels. So now we're above 410 on the bid. That's good. Got some nice volume moving in. So right now it looks like a pretty good trade over on EARS. So again, right off that $4 mark, risking the 10 cents. Honestly, I don't even want to see it back down off that low at 398 because the odds of it cracking are pretty high. So right now I'm going to keep my stops pretty close to break even. And I am going to give this a little bit of time because we do have a nice little uptrend. We do have some nice volume. Overall, the criteria is being met for a nice move back up towards the 423s. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and just mentally put my stops right around break even, just in case it does crack and move lower. I don't want to take an unnecessary loss. And this move right here, we don't want to see it back down, right? If this curls on over off a lower high, we're probably going to end up cracking that $4 support. But if we can put in a higher high here, we're all good to go. We're all good to go. But if we start to curl back down, putting in a possible lower high, I will go ahead and just look to cut it and maybe re-enter if it sets up. But right now, I'm just giving it a little bit of time to work itself out. Again, my entries are right at 4, so my stops will be right at like 398, 399. Pretty much break even on the trade at this point. Risk-free. And it could be forming somewhat of a little head and shoulders, too. If you kind of look at it from a left shoulder, head, right shoulder, I mean, it could, especially if we crack 4 and crack the trend line. So we don't want to get caught up in a big dump if this one does crack and starts to go bearish on us. So just play it smart, play it safe. Right now, I had 10-cent stops. Right now, I am bringing my stops up right around break even on this play. Just being, you know, open-minded, being a chameleon, adapting to everything, making sure that I'm not missing anything, and just being narrow-minded on, oh, trend line play, right? We want to be able to adapt. So right now, we're still holding. Want to hold above 410 at this point in time, get a nice pop above 420. We can get some really good volume to move in. We should have a clean shot over that 425 level. Next target up into the 440s over on EARS. There we go. New high day. Let's see if buyers can hold this on up. Let's see if people get excited. New high day, 423, 422. Let's hold 420 now, guys. We start dipping back below 420. I will go ahead and take half my position, but let's see if we get that nice squeeze here up to the 440s over on EARS. 425, trying to hold on up. 427. Let's see 425 hold now. We want to see that 425 hold. Back below 425, I'll take half. I'll go ahead and lock in a little bit of cheddar. A little bit of cheddar if we dip back below 425 on the bid. We want to see these buyers build off that 425 and get up over 430. 425's fighting for it. It's 420. There we go. There we go, buyers. Let's go 430. You got it in you. Big wall is selling at 430. Got 32,000 shares at 430. 31,000, 30, 23. He's getting taken out. Here should be a break. There's a break of 430. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and lock in profit over 430, guys. Went ahead and took half my size. Back below 425, I'm going to go ahead and be out. Anything under 425, I'm going to lock it up completely and wait for another entry if it does set back up. But right now, we are good to go. We are in the green. There's 423. I'm going to go ahead and lock it up, guys. Quick little $200 trade. Nothing crazy, nothing exciting, but $274.50 off of the $4 bounce. Took it for about an average of 26 cents of profit. So not bad, not bad. Green is green. Let's go. Green is green. You're all like, man, $200, Josh. I'd be hyped up and excited. Now, just stay calm, cool, collective, right? Calm, cool, collective. I don't want to get all emotional and get too excited that I'm, you know, making trades and whatnot. So just calm, cool, collective. Decent little trade there. Nothing too crazy, but decent little setup. So if you guys get on in that $4 bounce, we had 3 separate reasons to take that trade. Separate reason number 1, pulling back to previous resistance. Separate reason number 2, valid uptrend. Separate reason number 3, VWAP support. Separate reason number 4, $4 natural support. So right there, we were able to establish 3 to 4 separate reasons that was a good level to go ahead and buy. So if that makes sense to you, awesome. That's the mindset that you need to have, is try to always have multiple separate reasons to take a trade. The more, the better, right? If it's just like, I'm buying to bounce off VWAP, but that's it, the odds are not really in your favor. But you have VWAP, you got a moving average, support, trend line, fib. I mean, you can start building all of these multiple separate reasons to take a trade. It only increases your odds that you have more of a likelihood to be right on that particular play. So clap, 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 let's go! So right now, let's go ahead and look at VERY. Anything going on with Very? Very's looking very ugly right now, right? So nothing going on there. SFET, nothing. IMMP, nothing. RICE, nothing. Yesterday's movers, nothing. So right now, it's an EARS kind of day. Ears has got those ears, so when I start talking dirty to it, oh, she's gonna move. Ears has got them big old ears, and I'm gonna talk dirty to you today. So right now we still have a valid uptrend. I don't want to buy it just off the pullback. I do want to wait to see if we can get a nice little consolidation move over to this uptrend, establish a couple separate reasons to take the trade versus just one. But I mean, it's not a bad setup, guys. We're getting a pullback, decreasing volume to the 9 EMA to the previous high. These are nice little scalp plays, right? Trying to nail that entry, get a quick little pop, 5-10 cents. These are nice little scalp opportunities, but right now, I'm sitting in the green. I want to be nothing but green today and tomorrow. Finish the week on a positive note, make a couple grand, have some fun. So right now, I'm looking for like just some of the best setups. And right now, is this the best of the best? Nah, it's not the best of the best, but it's decent, right? It's a decent little setup. Absolutely, Wesley. I'm glad you're liking the content and the value bombs. Value bomb. I gotta get better sound effects. Actually, I'm gonna have someone like make me like a nice little sound effect keyboard. So anytime I drop a value bomb, it'll be just a really nice click a button. Value bomb! Right? Really make it fun, make it engaging. Now that's pretty silly, isn't it? I won't do that. EARS, I might scalp this again. You're getting a little flag above the 9, above that prior support level, so I may look to scalp this. Keep and stop, I mean, dirt type. I mean, I'm talking like 2-3 cents type kind of thing. So let's see if we get a nice little scalp here on this play. Make a couple bucks. There we go, I'm out. I went ahead and made a couple bucks. I'm out. I want to scalp it. I just scalped it. I took it 428 out at 434. 1,200 shares, nothing crazy. I mean, 70 bucks. 70 bucks, but those base hits add up, right? So I went ahead and scalped that for a quick 7-8 cents. Nothing crazy. Tyler, radio host vibes from you. Yeah, nothing but radio host vibes. I got that radio face, as my wife would say. That's why I commentate. I don't like being on the news or doing anything with my face involved. Scares people. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have yet to do so, take a second and go give us a follow on all social media platforms, Alpha Day Trading. If you haven't done so yet and you're new to the stream, go ahead and smash that subscribe button, hit the notification bell so anytime we are live, you are aware. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to 107.7, the Alpha Bomb Nation. Today, we are watching EARS. EARS with news this morning with a 2 million in float stock, trading up 60%. Ladies and gentlemen, EARS is on fire. So I purchased the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit, but if I bought the monthly, would that come with the plan? So those are two completely separate things. So the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit is completely separate from the community, all right? So as a member of the Alpha Day Trading community, you get over 100 on-demand video lessons. So if it's Sunday and you want to study up and educate, you can log into Alpha Day Trading. You get access to over, once again, 100 on-demand video lessons that we've been building over the last 2 to 3 years. Not only that, but from the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., you get live streaming, so you always get access to my scanners. You always get access to the chat room to collaborate and to exchange ideas with other traders, mentors, and team leaders. From 9:15 Eastern Standard Time until about 12 to 12:30, every single day you will get live commentary like you've been receiving here via YouTube, analysis, education, Q&A sessions, giveaways, I mean, you name it. we always stay engaging with all of our members and make sure you guys get the best of the best experience. So nothing but amazing options, features, value across the board. But once again, to answer your question, the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit is separate, but we do give you over 100 on-demand lessons in our video lessons library. So VERY, I'm looking for a 1633 bounce. So I see support at 1633. If we come down to 1633 on Very, maybe looking for a nice little bounce off that halt area. All right, so let's go ahead and get VERY on our order entry box. Again, 1633. Where's the limit up, limit down on this play? It's at 1589. So that's good. That's good. So VERY looking for again a 1633 bounce. Possibly, again, off our first spiking high here intraday, off our halt area, off our pullback area. We could be bouncing right off that first pre-market high at 1716, but me, personal preference, I like 1633 better. This is one reason to take a trade. It's just the pre-market spiking high. We have two separate reasons here intraday that 1633 would be a little bit better. So if I miss the bounce, and if it bounces here at 1712, that's okay. I'm okay with that. I like 1633 just a little bit better. So I'm going to wait for that area, see if we come on down. And this would be a scalp off the bounce, right? I'd be looking for 20, 30 cents off the bounce. Just look to scalp it really quick. Not look to really hold it for a while, but, you know, get in, large size, scalp it out, bring stops close to break even. If it runs, then I got a little bit on the table for a runner. But EARS is still holding the trend line. I don't know. It's actually starting to crack the trend line, so we might be going bearish here over on EARS. Looks like we're probably going to start going bearish. It's not shortable on my end, unfortunately, so it's not like I could really grab a short on that play. SFET, I'm going to go ahead and take SFET off. That one sucks. IMMP, same thing. Blech. RICE. Okay. Okay, Rice. I see you, Rice. Dun 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 dun. Rice, rice, baby. Dun 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 dun. Rice, rice, baby. And I'm back with a brand new. I don't even know the words to it, but I know the beat. It's jumping. All right, guys, so VERY, once again, looking for that 1633 bounce right now. As long as RICE holds above VWAP, we do have room to start building back up to 15. But VWAP is our new level of support. ABCT, yesterday's mover, not doing anything. ODT, UTME, and SOS, both not doing anything. So right now, really just watching EARS, watching VERY back down towards around 1633. Watching RICE to see if we can hold above VWAP. So EARS holding the trend line. Traders want to hold trend line. They're holding the trend line. All right, still just sitting back on our beautiful hands. Guys, I'm going to step out for the next 60 seconds. I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. The anaconda has been drained. We are good to go. Yeah, no, I'm just joking. It's like a little earthworm. Little earthworm. All right, so we miss anything? VRY not quite down to the 1633. Rice, baby trying to hold the 9 EMA. Rice trying to hold 14. Let's scalp Rice. Let's scalp it. All right, I scalped RICE off the VWAP hold, the 9 EMA hold. I got it for about 15 cents. I locked in another, about $100 on the trade. So again, just for that education, guys, I'm always here to provide credible education behind my plays. Sometimes I see a play and I want to jump in. I can't get to the education side of things until the trade's done. So why did I take this trade, right? I want to make sure I'm providing credible education behind my trades and not just, oh, I scalped it. And you're like, why did you take that trade, dude? I don't understand, right? So number one, we broke over the previous high resistance. We pulled back. Separate reason number one. Separate reason number two, pulled back to VWAP, right? VWAP resistance. Now we're above VWAP support. Separate reason number two. Also flagging, in a sense, kind of flagging, right? We had our move up, followed by a period of consolidation, decreasing volume. So separate reason number three, somewhat of a flag formation, also into the 9 EMA. So right there I had 4 reasons that I saw very quickly. I wanted to go ahead and scalp that around that $14, grab about 20-30 cents out of it. So I went ahead and scalped it for about $100. Again, nothing crazy, but I saw 3 to 4 separate reasons to jump in on that trade. 80-20 setup, went ahead and took it, grabbed about 15 cents out of it. So trend line is dead. Over on EARS, what we can go ahead and do now is throw a downtrend on it off the highs, right? So go ahead and connect your highs, throw a downtrend on it, and let's see if we can ever establish a higher low and get some nice volume into a possible break of that downtrend for the next leg up. Right now, we still have $4 support over on EARS. So that is the level that we ideally want to see hold on up. BERY, I still like that 1633. Right now, the market's not anything super. NTZ has halted. I want to go check out some of these halts, see what's going on. NTZ, what we got going on? Oh, look at that. That's whack. ORBC, let's just go ahead and run through some of our movers. ORBC, like I said, it's probably not going to do much today. We looked at RICE, EARS. Let's look at BIOL. 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 FBIO. Any other low floats here got with volume? Nah, man. Yeah, the market's just kind of blah. Market's kind of blah. So right now, all eyes on EARS. What we're looking for this to do, quick little lesson today for you guys, is this is how you trade a downtrend break. All right, ideally, stock's in a downtrend, right? Downtrend, downtrend. We're looking for the 4th point off a higher low. So here's point number 1, right? Here's point number 2. If we come back up into the downtrend to get rejected, that's point number 3. And what we would be looking for is a slightly higher low or a double bottom, right? Something like that. Point number 4, and then we're looking for volume to move in for the break to actually take this long for a break of the downtrend. But again, it has to meet the criteria. Point 1, put in a low. Point 2, put in a lower low. Point 3, put in a double bottom or a higher low. Squeeze into point 4 with volume. We could look to take that long for the break with stops right below that low. 80-20 setup, right? 80-20 setup for the break. Very tight stop, right? Very, very tight stop. Again, your stops are going to be very tight because you're looking for that double bottom. You're looking for the break. You only have, in this scenario, maybe 10 cents of breathing room to give it to get maybe 20 to 30 cents out of it. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking for here on EARS if we get that kind of setup, right? But we only had 2 points into the downtrend, right? 0.1, 0.2. Right now, we have yet to get 0.3 and establish a higher low for the break. So right now, we're not touching EARS until we see that setup. Let's go ahead and look at maybe some larger cap stocks today. Apple, Facebook, Tesla. Oh, Tesla, how you make me want to short you. I don't know why. Just look at this chart and I want to short the freak out of Tesla right now. But I don't like trading Tesla. I don't like it, but I wanted to short it. Let's just hypothetically trade this. I'm gonna mentally trade this. All right, I'm short on Tesla. I'm not really, but I'm just gonna mentally trade it. Just because I'm always getting chopped out of Tesla. I'm always losing on Tesla. That's why I don't trade it that much. So let's imagine I saw it, I liked the short, and I took the short, right? I saw a few different reasons why it would be a good short. But we'll come back to it and see if it was. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's go ahead and take TKAT off watch. I don't even know why that's still on there. ACY, that can come off. SJ, that can come off. SOS, that can come off. UTME, we'll keep it on watch maybe for end of the week. OCGN, that can come off. ODT, we'll keep that one watch as well. That one still has a little bit of potential. If it ever starts moving back up close to 5, we could see this move up pretty nicely over on ODT. So we'll keep that on watch just, for the next couple days. We got AVCT, that one's pretty much dead. RICE, trying to hold on up above that 1390. DERY, trying to bounce a little bit. Yeah, I don't really see anything I like right now. I don't really see anything I like. So I'm not going to jump in and get any profit back. I mean, 250 is 250. I mean, green is green. But right now, I don't really see too much. It's 10:45 in the market. We've been live for about an hour and 15 minutes. If you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know. While the market's dead, this is a great time to get those questions answered. So once again, the floor is open for you. Questions, comments, or concerns, go ahead and type those up, and I will get those answered for you guys. You guys are in for a show. I'm over here bored. No, I'm not bored, but I'm like, man, the market's slow. My mind is wandering. I'm over here singing in my head, and I almost started singing out loud. Wesley's gonna be like, dude, stop it. Stop singing. Stop doing the jackhammer. Matt B, is your morning short list typically up gappers unless something catches your attention? Yes. Let's discuss shorts. From Wesley, traders are always talking about shorts down and covering. So yeah, let's talk about shorts. Traders are always talking about shorts, keeping the price down and covering. Yeah, so whenever you short a stock, you're basically getting a loan from your broker. So they're lending you shares and you're selling them to the market. So the transaction is done immediately. So hypothetically, if I were to short 100 shares of RICE and I hit 100 shares short, basically, the broker is selling them at the current market value. So that goes through the market as a sell order. So yes, if there's a lot of shorts in a stock, when people enter short positions, it creates sell orders, right? So you're selling the stock at the current price and basically you want to rebuy your shares back at a lower price, right? So when you rebuy your shares back, The goal is to obviously rebuy them back lower and you keep the difference. So again, 100 shares of 1387 on RICE. If I were to short that right now, the broker is going to handle the transaction for me, right? They are going to sell those shares to the market. My account's going to show I have negative 100 shares. Eventually, I'm going to have to rebuy those back and return them to my broker. How do I make money? Well, if they're selling the shares to the current market, right, at 100 shares at the market of $14, right? I have to return those shares. I have to return them eventually. If I return them and the stock's price is at 15, I'm going to have to pay $15 a share and still give them 100 shares back. So I'm going to be paying $100 more to rebuy those shares at 15 to return those 100 shares to my broker, plus any commissions and fees. So the goal is to rebuy those shares, obviously, lower. So again, selling the short, getting in the short at 14, the goal would be to rebuy them lower. So assuming I think $13 is a good target, if RICE were to come down to $13, then I would have to come in and rebuy those 100 shares at $13, right? I still have to deliver those 100 shares to my broker. But the fact that I was able to rebuy them a whole dollar less than what they sold them for, I get to keep the difference. So that's how shorting works. Basically, I'm just able to keep the difference if I cover at a lower price. So yes, anytime someone shorts a stock, it creates a sell order. When anybody covers a stock, it creates a buy order. So when you see short squeezes, right? Short squeezes is all really psychology. Let's say a lot of shorts, hypothetically, we're buying it, we're shorting the stock at 15.45. Short, right? All of these sell orders from shorters, short. So let's say the average short got in at $15, right? That's where they're currently short. So let's hypothetically assume that a majority of traders on RICE, if they were shorting this play, were grabbing their shorts around $15 on average, right? Again, when someone shorts a stock, it's going to create a sell order, and sell orders drive the price down. So not only do you have shorts entering this position, creating short orders or sell orders, you also have people that were long selling the stock, taking profit, cutting their losses, which again helps the move down. So now if we were to talk about short squeeze, right? It's when these shorts are underwater, right? They start to feel the pressure. So right now shorts are still in the green. So assuming $15 was the average price in which shorts were starting their position, the shorts right now are still up $1 a share, right? They're still in the green. Now, if you start to see the stock back up towards around 15, 15.05, 15.10, 15.20, those hypothetical shorts are now what's called underwater, right? They're underwater. They are negative. They are going to be forced. Eventually, they will have to rebuy those shares back. And when they are forced, right, they're feeling the pressure, they're underwater, right? They're negative, and they start covering their position. What does that do? That creates a buy order. So not only would you have these shorts underwater, feeling that pressure, having to cover their position, that creates a buy order, and now you have all the longs buying the breakout. That's when you can see a nice big short squeeze, right? Because we have a lot of shorts invested. They have an interest in that $15 area. That's where their average cost basis is. Again, hypothetically speaking, we start breaking on up to $15.50, right? Long traders are buying the breakout. Shorts are feeling the pressure. They're having to cover. That creates even more buy orders. And that's when we see the stocks move up very aggressively, especially when we have the help from that, that short squeeze that creates all those buy orders. So again, that's kind of how a short works. Again, just with, you're shorting the stock. Basically, it's your broker selling at market. They're giving you a loan of 100 shares. And eventually you're going to have to redeliver those 100 shares to your broker. And the goal is to be able to rebuy those shares less, return those 100 shares to your broker, and you get to keep the difference, which is your profit. Andy, when will the membership start and how much? So the developer should have everything done by the end of the week. Again, I'm not rushing her. I want to make sure everything is top-notch and perfect. But feel free to jump on over to alphadaytrading.com. There's 4 different membership options. Again, everybody loves options, right? Different types of savings, different types of lengths. So feel free to go over to alphadaytrading.com. Go to join the team, look at all of the membership options, and decide which one works best for you. So EARS is just getting absolutely hammered to the downside right now. So any reason to be buying EARS? Nope. VERY got a bounce off of that pre-market high. So again, that was the bounce level. Like I said, if I miss it, I miss it. I still thought, 1633 was a better entry for me. So with that being said, let's wait for a slight pullback and then maybe see where we level out to possibly take this long back up to 20. But right now, I'm not touching VERY. It depends on the price in which they were in at. So in that past example on RICE, if I were to take a short at $15, right? Let's say I'm short 1,000 shares at $15, all right? If I were to cover above $15, I am losing money, correct? So if my average cost basis for my short is $15, and I cover at any price above $15, and I rebuy my shares back, anything above $15, I am losing money. Correct. If I were to cover my 1,000 shares right now at $13.80, I would rebuy those 1,000 shares at the current market price of $13.86, and I would make that difference from $15 to $13.86. I would return those shares to my broker, and I would be able to keep $1.15 per share profit, which would be about $1,000 of profit. Let's see if we have any kind of setup starting to form on maybe like a 5-minute chart. So the one thing that I'm seeing here is we had our initial pullback to the 50% fib. We're back above the 38.2 fib. So let's go ahead and throw a little support line up around this 1362. And let's see if we can put in a higher low here above that 38.2 fib for a possible leg up. All right, and then let's go check out VERY real quick, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, let's see where we have some support. So right here was previous support. Let's actually bring that down slightly. I would put you right around 1865. The very nice thing about 1865, it also happens to be where VWAP is laying and that 9 EMA. So with that being said, as long as we see VERY hold above that 1865, we could see this back up towards around $20. Right now, VERY is the one stock that may be setting up here momentarily. Looking at RICE, that one's still just consolidating above that 1362. And we're starting to get a nice big squeeze. Nice big squeeze on RICE. So this could be a contribution of longs, buying the dip, and also shorts that were maybe taking the short off resistance, right? Imagine psychology. Let's say that traders are looking at this red line right here of being, hold on, edit properties, red, okay. So let's assume you got shorters in the market, right? And shorts are looking at this level of support, cracking. Now you got a lot of shorts coming in, and you can kind of see that based on the volume. So you have a lot of selling. You maybe have some shorts jumping into this stock, right? Shorts are in, shorts are in, shorts are in. The shorts that missed that initial crack are trying to re-short, trying to re-short, trying to re-short, right? And you can tell that based on this volume. Look at this volume right here. That's probably a lot of shorting volume right off that level of resistance. Why did we just get a huge surge of volume right through that 1423? From a visual perspective, looking at the technical analysis and applying trading psychology as well, you can kind of guesstimate shorts were probably entering, right, based on the volume. Shorts were entering based on the volume. More shorts were going short off this resistance level, looking for the fall down, the move lower, which was represented by an increase of selling volume. So why all of a sudden are we getting a big break and a big squeeze over that 1423, right? Traders buying the breakout number one, but I guarantee there's a lot of shorts that were forced to cover as well. So this is a little bit of a short squeeze here intraday that we can see visually based on the analysis and based on a little bit of trading psychology as well. Just looking at the overall chart and kind of thinking what traders are thinking. What are other traders thinking, right? What are they thinking? Well, I can see what they're thinking here. I can see what they're thinking here, and I can see what they're thinking here. And when you add volume into the mix, you can kind of get a good idea if this was shorting activity, right? And then when we see a big push like this, it makes it even more certain that that was most likely a lot of shorting selling, a lot of short selling that contributed to the volume. So that's why we're starting to see a nice big move here right now over on RICE. So right now, we do have support right here around that 1428. Let's go ahead and remove the fib real quick, clean up the chart a little bit. Let's go ahead and remove that. Go ahead and remove that. And we have resistance 1541. So this is the second attempt. So if we don't break if we don't break 1545 and we pull back down towards around 1432, I will be looking to take this long for a higher low U shape for a big time breakout. But right now we're attempting to break over that 1541. The higher this moves, if there are any shorts in this stock, they're definitely getting squeezed. They're feeling the pressure, right? That will help increase the buying volume and keep this stock moving to the upside. RICE limit up, limit down is at 1650. So we got some time to go. We got some time to go. All right. And I'm pretty certain if I were to draw a fib off this level to this level, that right there is a 50% retracement. I mean, you can pretty much clearly see that right there is a 50% retrace. So again, what do we know about cup and handles? We did a lesson this week on cup and handles, right? Cup and handle pattern is when we have a level of resistance, point number one, we get a big U shape into the second attempt of resistance, point number two. What we ideally want to see is a 50% pullback, get another little U shape, possible double bottom, right? At least a 50% pullback. This also happens to line up with prior resistance, prior support, prior resistance, and it was a breakout area. So there's a lot of interest in this area at 1432 because we had a lot of volume move in. So this is a key level. If we can get rejected here off 1541 and we can pull back 50% into that prior level of resistance, also happens to be a 50% pullback. And if we can bottom, right, I'll be looking to take this entry for the next leg up into our third point for that possible cup and handle breakout. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking at here over on RICE, is again pulling back towards around that 1430 to 1450. Put in a nice big higher low, big U shape, possible cup and handle pattern. But right now, we don't know what it's going to do. We just have to sit back and be patient, but at least we know what it could be, right? It could set up in a cup and handle. Now, how do we trade cup and handles? How many shares do we get? What should our stop be, right? We can start building our plan way before the stock even starts to set up because we know what kind of pattern this could set itself up in, right? We're already one step ahead. We're already one step ahead. We know what kind of pattern this could be, right? So with that being said, I may actually take RICE short because we're actually losing volume right here, right at resistance. So I may look to take this short for that pullback and then look to flip long for a later breakout. So I'm going to go ahead and short this stock real here. Right. Can't even talk. I'm going to go ahead and short this stock right here real quick. Looking for this to be the high and look for this to pull back below 15. I'm in at 15.32. I'll keep like 20 cents. Stop. Looking for this to really start breaking on down here, back down towards around 15 bucks. If it breaks out, it could break out. It definitely could break out. Got to keep those stops very, very tight. We're looking for this to get rejected right now, right here, for a nice big drop back down into the low 15s. There we go. Keep on moving for us. We're good. We're still in the green a little bit here. We don't want to see another candle make a new high. We want to see this back down towards around 15 bucks. So my stops are very, very tight. I don't want to take really any heat on this play. So my eyes are just fixated on that level 2, watching price action, trying to see which way traders really want to take this based on just that price action. So, all right, so I think I can get a better short entry on this. This one's still trying to squeeze on up. So I went ahead and just covered that short real quick. Let's see how this candle looks. We're decreasing volume right here, right? So a lot of decreasing volume right off that 1541. There's the drop. There's the drop. That was the big drop we were looking for. That would have been a big old wiener. Big old wiener. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. So now we're looking for the stock to pull back once again to that 1432, level out, maybe get a nice little cup and handle pattern. So right now, probably just gonna sit on the sidelines and wait for this one to actually form its way on down. So Mike, the reason I could tell that was a good short opportunity, I did cut it because I thought this candle right here was going to squeeze, and it was a little risky of a play, right? We have a lot of momentum to the upside. We talked about shorting and how we can visually see where a lot of shorts probably went short on this stock. So this was a little risky because there was a lot of momentum to the upside, and this could have easily squeezed over 16. And when I saw this attempt here, right, when I saw this attempt and buyers really starting to step in, it did concern me. So I went ahead and stopped out, pretty much break even on the trade. But basically, we just have resistance. We had a decrease of volume at these highs, right? So that was showing me that buyers are slowly becoming weaker and weaker and weaker, right? We're losing volume. We're losing buying volume at an area of resistance on the second touch. So right there, that was a good indication to me. This was a good short, and I was right, right? I was right. This was a good short area. I just happened to get a little nervous on this candle when I saw that shift from selling to buying very sporadically. It looked like we just had a big market order come in, a lot of buyers step it up into the 1540s. It concerned me that it could pop and squeeze the 16, and I did not want to put myself in a position to get squeezed out of that short, so I did go ahead and cut it for a very, very tiny loss there. But basically, again, it was just the second point of resistance. If we know anything about stocks, stocks like to break out on the third and fourth attempt, not necessarily the second attempt. We had a nice big rejection candle right here, pushing that stock back down below 1540 resistance. We had a decrease in volume. Overall, it looked like a really good short. And again, I was right. I just happened to get a little chopped out here. And I was a little concerned about taking an unnecessary loss. So I went ahead and just stopped out quick. And I could always look to re-enter this play. But right now, we're still looking for a possible big cup and handle to form. If we can pull back to that 1430, 1450, maybe we can get a nice little pop. It doesn't have to pull back all the way to 1430, 1450, right? It could hold right above that 9 EMA. It could hold right above 15. So we have to be very versatile and just basically look at volume, look at price action, and get an idea on when traders want to start to get this thing going. It could be right here at 15 bucks. But I know better support is back down towards around 1432. So do I really want to jump in right now with 1,000 shares and get stopped out at a $600-700 loss if it comes crashing back down to 14? Not really. I'm just going to sit on the sidelines right here. Wait for this candle to close on out, see how we look. And if it looks like we're going to get a shift from selling to buying, then I may look in for a quick little scalp. But again, really just keeping those stops 5 to 10 cents, 5 to 10 cents. You know, I'm okay with getting chopped out a few times before I nail the trade and get that big winner. And that's just my style and my strategy, right? I'm okay with getting chopped out a few times, but eventually I know I'm going to hit the trade on the head, and I'm going to be making some big bucks. So right now I'm still sitting on the sidelines. I still like that 1432 level, so I'm going to actually sit back and wait for that level because that's the level I like, and that's where I want to buy. Some traders may like the pullback to the 9 EMA on decreasing volume above 15 bucks. I mean, it's not a bad trade, but I see 70 cents or 80 cents of risk. So to me, the risk is just a little too high buying this off 15. But it could definitely squeeze and it could definitely push. And you have VERY trying to form this higher low here. We'll keep that on watch, see if it forms a little bit of that higher low. Yeah, RICE definitely trying to respect that 9 EMA. It actually looks like a push candle right here. If this one starts to get some volume over 1520, watch for a new high a day here shortly over on RICE. But if it cannot hold and it cannot push that 14 or that 1525, watch for that to get rejected back below 15, and then we could look for that 1432 entry once again over on RICE. So right now, it looks like we may get our low entry, but it's still a little uncertain. You know, buyers are fighting to hold this above 15. You cannot short on a cash account. You have to have a margin account to short stocks. So if you're unable to short on a cash account, that is why you have to have a margin account. So, I mean, this one's looking healthy on all time frames for this being that pullback level, but I'm still a little uncertain on it. Just the price action really doesn't suggest this is where we're going to start moving on up. But again, I could be definitely wrong. I mean, it's a decent area. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a decent area. The criteria is being met for a nice little pullback here. But I just don't know if I want to jump in. I mean, I'd have to risk like 10 cents. And every time we see a quick pop, it gets slammed right back down. See how buyers pushed it all the way to 1510? 1506 on the bid, 1507, 08, 14, 20. Okay. All right. Okay, buyers. You proved me wrong. I'm still sitting back on this one. I'm still sitting back and waiting. So right now, we saw this come down to that $14.94, $15 mark as support. I'm still going to wait on this one. I'm not too crazy about it. It's definitely a little risky right here. It's pretty much all over the place. I want to nail that one clean, amazing entry, lock in some great profits, and call it a day. All right, it's 11:12 in the market. We got about 30 minutes to go until we normally shut down. So let's see if we get another good trade. The market's a little all over the place today. All right, market's not super hot, but there is some opportunity here. right, so do we have anything else on BERY? Nope. EARS. Kind of. I mean, it's trying to bounce off that pullback low. It's above the downtrend. We can see here we broke the downtrend. We came down and tested it as support, but we have yet to put in a higher high. So I'm going to wait for a higher high on EARS just to get a little bit more confirmation there. So right now we got main support on RICE back down towards around 15. We could look for a smaller little third touch break, right? Big U shape. Tried to get that attempt. If we come back down to 15 and put in a double bottom, that's still criteria for a cup and handle. But if we build higher lows inside this little channel, we could also shift our mindset to a possible little ascending triangle here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and possibly give this another stab right off this $15 mark. So I'm long here off a dip. $14.95. I'll risk 20 cents. Looking for this level to bounce. Looking for just a little bounce for this scalp. Need to see buyers back over 15. Right now they're fighting for it, but sellers are definitely in control here. See if we can hold 15. It's trying, but every time we try and get back over 15, it's getting slammered down. But I am long at $14.98. I'm okay with like 10 cents of risk, just trying to buy this dip off 15 here on RICE. I think it has a good amount of potential, but also don't want to get caught up in a big old dump like that, so. So that 15 area is pretty much done, right? So it was a good attempt, right? It was a good attempt to try and catch that for a bounce. It had a lot of potential. But right now, sellers are definitely just taking control of this stock. So we'll still wait for down around that 1432. Rice has been one of those plays I'm just been all over the place with, right? I'm actually down $400 on this play. EARS was a great profitable trade. But RICE has just been a little all over the place. It's pretty hard to predict this one. So I'm right at break even on the day. The only thing that I see that may have some potential here would be EARS. So I think this might be my last trade of the day. Looking for this to hold the 9 EMA now that we're back above. Trying to form a little bit of a higher low here off of the break of the downtrend. And we just have natural 375 support as well that we bounced off of. So looking for a quick little, maybe 10 cent pop, give or take, over on EARS. Wesley, do you ever trade the uptrend on a cup and handle? Yeah, definitely, definitely. If we start to see, that big cup and handle, we come down off that 50% retracement and we're starting to round for that big U shape into the third touch for the breakout, absolutely. I would definitely look to trade that for that next leg up because, again, if I'm buying here, right, my stops are really tight. Right, if I'm buying off valid support, that 50% retracement, and I have multiple reasons that's a good level for this stock to hold, yeah, my stops are really, really tight and have a lot of reward to the upside versus waiting for the breakout point. Hopefully it breaks out, but what if it's a fake out breakout? Then my stop is pretty big, especially on a low float penny stock when this stock could definitely move $1, $1.50 in the matter of seconds, especially if it's a fake out breakout. So I'd rather be a buyer off support with more room to the upside, especially if it breaks out, versus buying the actual breakout, getting caught up in a possible pump and dump or a fake out breakout. A fake out breakout and taking more of a loss. So absolutely. We can kind of maybe throw an uptrend on this play as well. We're just trying to identify multiple separate reasons to get involved with RICE. Right now, we still have somewhat of a little cup and handle that could be forming. We do have this slight uptrend. We do have prior support resistance right around 1432, and we do have the VWAP slowly curling up underneath that level as well. Yeah, traders just want to get something going, guys. APRE was one we had on watch today. Traders just want to get something going, don't they? So now we're just starting to see some of these other stocks on the leaderboard, low floats, just get some action, right? So out of nowhere, just gets a big pump. What does that tell me? That there's probably a group out there that's like, you know what, guys, let's get something going. Let's make some money. Some big alert group saying APRE is the next stock to rip and run. They're buying down here. All of their traders are pumping the stock up off their alert. And then everybody starts taking profit and it dumps. So to me, this is more of a little bit of a random pump and dump. If we hold above 15.5 and it holds its gains, maybe it's tradable. But, just because it's moving up randomly out of nowhere, no volume, boom, a lot of volume, that tells me that this is more or less probably a pump and dump over on APRE. So, but here's the thing, Wesley, is at 6:02, APRE receives FDA orphan drug designation. 11:15, APRE receives FDA orphan drug designation. So it's just a duplicate, right? So it's just a duplicate. Once traders realize that, that press release was dropped at 6 o'clock, there's nothing different, it's nothing new, it's basically the same press release, just being, resent out, duplicated 5 hours later, traders are going to start locking in some profits, right? So yeah, there is a press release, but it's the same exact one that we saw this morning at 6 o'clock, which doesn't really make it anything, super special, But good analysis, good eye, good eye. And I miss things like that sometimes. I really do. Sometimes I do miss things like that. But again, it's just from experience, just making sure I'm doing my due diligence and making sure that it's not a repeat, press release. So that being said, I'm giving EARS another go, ladies and gentlemen. I do like this little bottoming action we have, trying to put in a slightly higher low. I mean, I could be wrong. The market's not extremely on fire today. It could dump. It could take me out. I could take a loss. But I'm seeing the technicals. I see the setup. The setup's there. I like it. So I'm going to go ahead and try and give this another go and, maybe risk about 5 cents or so over on EARS. The way I look at it is if I'm picking and choosing and being too picky on my trades, I'm never going to make money, right? If I take 10 trades a day, I know I'm 60 to 70% right. I know how to manage my risk. That means I'm keeping my losses small. Out of those 10 trades, I'm going to get some good ones, some average ones. So I know on average, I'll come out on top. So if you guys are wondering, why are you taking a lot of these trades? Well, if I see a setup and I like it, I'm going to take it because it could be that big mover, especially if I like the trade. I'm not going to sit here and be too picky and pick and choose on, should I take this one? Should I take this? Or should I take that? If I can, I'll take all of them because at least one of them is going to move up, right? And it's going to wipe out my losses plus make me a little bit of cheddar as well. So I am giving EARS another go here. Again, we pulled back to 375. We have some intraday support resistance there. It's a natural number as well. It was trying to put in this little double bottom. And again, it was worth it to me to go ahead and try and give it a little go. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. It's no big deal. I just want to see one good stock really just hold its gains, you know what I mean? Just one good stock, hold its gains, get some action, get some hype. And right now, we're just not really seeing that in the market. We're not seeing a lot of consistency. It's a little all over the place, isn't it? Just a little all over the place. Let's throw a downtrend here on RICE off these highs. We can see we're stuck in a little bit of a downtrend. We have uptrend support. So RICE is still in play. Just need to wait for this to give us a nice proper setup. VERY is still just kind of struggling to get above and hold VWAP. So right now we have 1865 resistance that we've just struggled to stay above so far today. So as long as we're under 1865 on VERY, it's probably going to remain pretty bearish today. All right, so again, we got our main line of resistance, 1865. It tries to get over, it can't. Tries to get over, it can't. Now we just really can't get over that level. So if EARS drops below 373, I'm going to end up taking this off my watch list. We have anything else hitting our breakout scanner? Anything worth watching? Let's look at CGA real quick, just out of curiosity. Let's go look at CGA. No. No. APRE, a little bit of a double top up here off the 560s. To me, that looks a little bearish, so I won't be touching that. I mean, EARS is still fighting to hold this double bottom and to get a little move up. So again, I mean, I've been in and out of this play the last, couple minutes here, just trying to nail where this bounce is going to be, but to also not get caught up in a big dump or anything. So this will be my last shot trying to grab this for this double bottom here. Could be a little bouncy ball effect, but also we could see this nice transition up over 380 for a nice, double bottom, reverse, put in a higher high over 381, 382. But if we get rejected and we start curling back down into the 375s, 374s, we'll probably end up cracking that level of support and moving even lower today over on EARS. But this right here is going to be my last trade on EARS. This is the time that I expect it to go, if it's actually going to go in reverse. If not, like I said, we'll probably end up cracking that level of support and moving even lower. So this will be my last go with it. A lot of selling at 380. Got about 20,000 shares sitting at 380. Got 4,000 shares sitting at 379 on the bid. So right now we have more sellers than buyers on EARS. We need to see some more buyers go ahead and move on in and start buying that 380 up. Right now, he's standing strong at, 12, maybe 20,000 shares stacked. All right, we got some shift in the buyers now. All right, we got about, 10,000 shares. There we go, 380. Let's see if we get a quick little pop here. Let's see if traders want to get something going. EARS. A higher high is anything over 383. So we got to see 383 to really put in that higher high to give us some good validation that we're going to reverse here. There's 382. A little bit of volume moving in. We want to see buyers continue to step on up, right? We want to see buyers continue to step up. 383 would be a nice little level to see these buyers step. There's 383. Here we go. Let's see if we can keep going. 382, 383. I might start taking a little bit of profit here. just to lock in some green when I have it. This market's been a little all over the place. I'm going to go ahead and lock in a little bit of profit here, and I'm going to leave a little bit on the table at break even. I don't want to see it come crashing back down. I don't trust it enough. So right now we want to see it hold above 380 if we want to see 390. It's a really slow market today. I did take a little bit of profit there at 382. I'm still up about $98.76. I got 2,500 shares left. And again, if I start seeing it dip below the 380s, I'll probably just start, cutting my trade and taking a little bit of profit. All right, I'm taking a little bit more there at 379. Give it another second here. Stops are at break even. I'll give 1,200 shares a little bit of breathing room. See if we get that leg up. Man, we're not really seeing that volume today, guys. We're not really seeing that hype and not really seeing that volume. There's 381. Buyers are still trying. Come on, let's get a nice little 10 to 20 cents here. Can we get back up to $4 on EARS? Come on, buyers, let's go. I'm going to talk dirty to your ears. Remember, you got those big old elephant ears. You got those big old elephant ears, and you can hear me when I talk dirty to you. I met you last night at the club. I bought you a drink. T-Pain, Shorty Wang. Oh, you like that, don't you? Oh, you remember me, ears. You remember me? It was a good old time, wasn't it? Couple dances, couple hundos being thrown out there at you. If you treat me right now, I'm going to treat you right tonight. I'm going to bring a stack with me. Might be a lucky night tonight, ears. Might be your lucky night. You take me up to $4? Oh, I'm coming in. I'm coming in with Benjamins. We're going to have a good old time. Come on, ears. You like when I talk dirty to you. So right now we got 383 on the bid, 384 on the ask. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Current cost basis at 378. Yeah, markets are typically slow when Powell's supposed to talk. Even penny stocks are relatively slow when Jay Powell's supposed to be talking. So that definitely contributes to the activity in the market, 100%. What else are we watching other than ears? We're watching VERY. And we're also watching RICE. With that being said, I see RICE is closing down on that level that we want to be in at. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and put a hard stop in the system on EARS at $3.78, which is my entry. I'm going to go ahead and put that stop in, and I'm going to bring our attention over to RICE. All right, so I'm going to bring our attention over to RICE. Again, I want to see what we look like around this 1432 level. So EARS, I'm still long with a hard stop in the system. This one wants to rip and run, so be it. We're sitting pretty good on that trade. I'm okay with stopping out at break even on my last little bit of size there. But RICE, slow and steady down towards around that 1432 mark. But I don't like the price action on the way down, right? I don't like this very choppy, nasty selling pressure on the way down. So that doesn't lead me to believe that we may actually see that hold. But it's definitely still worth keeping on watch to see if it does set up. So you can literally trade the cup and handle 3 times on the uptrend, short the handle pullback, buy the back on the double. Yeah, if you wanted to. Yeah, so if you're seeing a cup and handle, right, you see the pop, you see the floor, you could definitely trade this into resistance. You could short it down into support. You could flip long, trade it back into resistance, and then hold a little bit for a possible runner. So yeah, you could probably grab 1, 2, 3 different types of entries on a cup and handle pattern if it actually forms, the cup and handle pattern, 100%. We got 37 viewers and 25 likes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Follow Wesley's lead, follow Brett's lead, and smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. How's EARS looking? EARS is starting to get that double bottom curl off the bottom. So now we want to just... Pullbacks are okay. Pullbacks are fine. As long as we continue to build higher lows and higher highs, we have room back up to 4 over on EARS. But my stop right now is break even at 378. And while we're waiting for something to set up, if you guys love what we do and you want to support one of the best trading communities in the world, ladies and gentlemen, go over to alphadaytrading.com. Go over to members. Go to become an affiliate if you want to become an affiliate of Alpha Day Trading. Go ahead and click that beautiful button right there. Should actually take you to an affiliate sign up page. All right, let me go ahead and log out real quick. It'll actually show you what it looks like. So let's go back up here, become an affiliate. And right here, if you want to sign up to become an affiliate, you can. You'll actually get access to your dashboard. You'll get your own unique URL that we can actually track, and you can view all of those statistics in the dashboard. So if you want to represent Alpha, you love what we do, and you want to help spread the word, and you want to make some passive income at the same time, go ahead over to Alpha Day Trading, click on members, click on become an affiliate, go ahead and sign up and register. Share that link, and anytime someone signs up, you'll receive a percentage off the membership indefinitely. For as long as they are an active member, every single month you will receive a payout from that. So if you want to support and you love what we do, go ahead and become an affiliate of Alpha Day Trading. All right, so we'll run it for another maybe 30 minutes till right about 12 o'clock. But guys, it is pretty slow right now in the market. Not a lot of great opportunity. The only thing is EARS still has some potential to start moving on up. Maybe we can make a couple bucks there. I'm a popular person today, getting texts left and right. What's going on? Hey Josh, are you giving away a free course today as well? We're actually going to be doing another giveaway tomorrow. So again, if you're just now joining the stream, we're going to be doing 2 giveaways tomorrow. And right now we're actually only doing 1 because I haven't had anybody send over a video testimonial to be entered into the lifetime giveaway. So guys, if you've enrolled for the course, all you have to do is a quick 30 to 60 seconds video testimonial on the course. Send it to me over at josh@alphadaytrading.com and you will be entered in to our biggest giveaway ever. And that giveaway is going to be a lifetime membership pass to the Alpha community. But if you've enrolled and you've left a review, you will be entered into our 1-year giveaway for a pass to the Alpha Day Trading Chatroom. And depending on how many viewers we have, tomorrow I may be hosting a 3rd giveaway for everybody else that is in chat as well. So make sure you're here. Make sure you're enrolled. Make sure you're ready to go for our awesome giveaway tomorrow at 11 o'clock. RECON from Brett. RECON. Let's check it. Let's check it. RCON. RCON sounds right. Ah, dude, wear a Speedo, man. Absolutely. Lathered up in white lotion, sun tanning lotion. Yeah. Make sure you got the Speedo on, you're lathered all up, you're looking white, and send that on over to me because I'm going to blast that to the world, my man. So RCON is trading on light volume, but it is slow and steady to the upside. So right now we have light support at 775. We have our next level of resistance all the way up towards around $9. So light support again, RCON 775. Overhead target around $9. But we're just trading on light volume. EARS, I am going to close, and I'm out of EARS. I'm not liking the price action. Not liking the price action, ladies and gentlemen. Not really liking too much today. Very slow, very choppy. RICE. What does RICE look like on a 5-minute chart? Really nothing. You know what I mean? Really nothing. I mean, could we throw an uptrend on this play? I mean, yeah, you could throw a little bit of an uptrend on the play. It's pulling back that 50%. But I don't like this really nasty just selling price action. So I'm not going to really try and catch a bottom. Let's wait for some kind of actual bottom to form. All right, let's wait for some kind of double bottom. Something to give us some clarification that, hey, you know, this is a good area to buy the dip. But right now, it's not looking like the best area to buy this dip. So I'm personally not going to be touching RICE at this point in time. Go ahead and go a quick scan through some other stocks that we've had on our watch list. See if anything's really setting itself up. Disney, no. Snapchat, slow. Boeing, slow and steady. Boeing has this very steep uptrend. All right, we got this very steep uptrend here on Boeing. If we ever crack the uptrend, look to take it short. Microsoft, Tesla, Facebook. Yeah. Overall, yeah, like you said, Jay Powell's going to be speaking. You know, a lot of traders are just, you know, really sitting on the sidelines. So I like this stair-stepping action on VERY. I am a fan of kind of this stair-stepping action we're starting to get here on VERY. We just have a lot of this resistance overhead. You know, I don't want to be buying the breakout, but we have this really nice uptrend, really, you know, stair-stepping really nice. Kind of look at it as a little bit of an ascending triangle, right? Starting to form a little bit of that ascending triangle formation. Now, if we come back down the VWAP and the uptrend and we respect it, I may look to just go ahead and play this little pattern and see if it breaks out, but at least I can scalp inside this triangle and make a couple bucks and just see if it does get that nice big break to the upside. So right now, definitely looking to see if we can hold on up on VERY. Might just scalp around a little bit here, try and make a couple bucks. Not the ideal strategy and approach for new traders. That's why I tend not to really just sit here and scalp. But that's a lot of my style on days like today. I really like to just buy these low dips, scalp it for 10, 20 cents, get out. Buy the dip, scalp it for 10, 20 cents, get out, right? But it's really not the ideal approach for brand new traders. That's why I tend not to do it too much on the live stream. But right now, we're getting freaking destroyed over on VERY. VERY, limit up, limit down is at 16.99. 16.99 on VERY. So right now, VERY definitely has room back down towards around $17. Looking pretty weak right now at this point in time. RICE is right at our level of support we want to see hold. So once again, throw a downtrend on the play. Let's see if we can hold. Let's see if we get a nice little pop back up. Right now, it's really just not moving enough for me to get involved, right? I mean, it's not moving really all that much along the last few candles here, so... It still has potential to set up. This is a 50% retracement right into that previous level of resistance at 1420. It also has to be VWAP underneath as well. So, I mean, we got a couple separate reasons. This is a good level of support at 1420, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient with this and actually wait for a proper bottom and not try and nail the entry and watch it just crack support below 14 and then take an unnecessary loss. Right now, I'm pretty much break even on the day. And I'm okay with that, especially when the market's pretty darn slow. All right, man, what a bummer the day in the market, man. I was coming in with the mindset of, let's make some money. Let's make $1,000. You don't get me wrong, there's still opportunity, but not a lot of great opportunity, is there? There's not a lot of volume across the board, too, so it does make it pretty difficult, guys. Lack of volume, lack of activity, lack of profits, right? We need volume, we need action, we need activity so we can make profits, and right now, we just don't have it. Are we missing anything? Okay, we got a high of the day momentum scanner mover, CREX. Let's go look at CREX real quick. What is going on here? This stock is currently halted? No, it's live. This thing's not moving though. Let's go look at RCON again. RCON, slow and steady, has room to 9, but we haven't really had a super healthy pullback yet. So as far as jumping in right now, I mean, could it go to 9? Yeah, absolutely. But where's support? 780. So do I really want to get involved right here in the middle of support and resistance? Not really, because it's just a gamble. It's 50-50. CGA still hitting a breakout scanner. I mean, I don't even know why that's hitting a breakout scanner. RICE, trying to hold up that level. EARS, not looking all that great. Very slow. What's up with yesterday's move? You got anything on ODT? Nope. UTME? Nope. So yeah, pretty much dead across the board, guys. So do you have any questions, comments, or concerns? Please let me know. We'll go ahead and open up the floor for a little Q&A session before we end this lovely stream on this lovely Thursday in this lovely market. Yeah, my confidence in the market is pretty shot as well, Angel. Pretty shot today. Just because, I mean, very choppy. It's very all over the place. A lot of these plays have been a little unpredictable just because they've been a little extra choppy, right? So, I mean, I'd rather come into the market and not lose anything than, you know, sit here and try to trade something, try to make money, end up taking an unnecessary loss, right? I mean, Fridays are good days as well. I can come in tomorrow. We definitely have a solid day. And, you know, hit our weekly goal. You know, right now on the week, I'm only up like $1,000, a little shy of $1,000. So it's been a pretty slow week. But that's the thing is day trading, you have to take it as an average. Kind of look at day trading or just trading the market in general as kind of a commission-based structure, right? I was in car sales for like 8 years. There have been weeks throughout the month where I didn't sell anything, right? Could be the first week of the month, I'm not selling anything. Second week, by the 15th of the month, I have 1 car on the board. But then the last 2 weeks of the month, a lot of customers come in, I sell 10 cars, I make a lot of money, right? There's been months that I don't hit my goals. I don't hit my, you know, targets and I don't sell any cars. But then the next month I come out of the 8 strong and blow my goals out of the water. So on average, I was generating 6 figures, but I wasn't doing 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, right? 1 month may have been 15, 1 month may have been 5, 1 month could have been 3, the other month could have been 18, right? But it all averaged to around that $8,000 to $10,000 a month. So just because, you know, I'm only up $900 this week, just because
my goal is 2 grand. Doesn't mean I have to hit my 2 grand goal this week, right? I can come out of the gate strong next week, go on a super nice winning streak, and make 3 grand next week, to where my average will still be consistent and in line with my goals. So just because, again, my goals say $2,500 a week. If I break it down, I'm looking to make 10 grand a month. I'm so far away. I'm $1,500 away from hitting my goal, but that doesn't mean I can't hit it next week or the week after, right? We have to look at it as an average, and we can't get discouraged, especially if we're going to close our week shy of our goal. We just have to remember that there are going to be weeks that we blow our goal out of the water, which offsets, the little weeks, right? It's all one big average. So am I discouraged? Am I upset that I still have $1,500 to go before I hit my goal? Absolutely not. I'm okay. I'm happy with that because I do know that I'm still due for a couple home run trades this month. At least twice a month, I'm hitting a big $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 home run trade, and I'm still due for one of those this month. So with that being said, I'm not discouraged because guess what? Guess what? This is only the first full week of the month. We still have 3 more full weeks of opportunity. And that's what excites me, is the month is not over. We still have so much time. And guess what? The week's not over, right? The market could turn hot tomorrow. We can make shit ton of money. But I'm not going to let that, little thing discourage me, because again, I realize it has to be taken as an average. So right now, one little scan through, guys. Questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. But with that being said, what time's Powell talk? 2 o'clock. Usually he comes on around 1:30, 2 o'clock to speak. So depending on what he says, maybe we see some volume return in the market. But I doubt it's going to be on penny stocks, right? We might see some volume return in our large blue chip stocks, your Apples, Facebooks, Teslas, Microsoft, things like that, right? I don't know if we'll really get a nice big reaction in penny stock land. But I'm going to go long on ears. Double bottom. Right, so we got a nice double bottom. If we throw a fib off this move, we're getting a nice little pullback into what we call that OTE zone, right? So, we got a couple different reasons here. I might give it a couple more seconds to see how this 5-minute candle closes on out. I don't want to see it just get rejected and dump. I'd rather wait and see. But I may be looking to take a long position on ears. Now it's actually going against my analysis, so that's good that I didn't just jump on in, right? Being a little patient, waiting for that extra bit of confirmation. And yeah, RICE is just looking pretty much dead right now. Looking dead over on Rice, baby. Yeah, the market's slow when you sit here and scan between 3 stocks every 5 minutes, right? I'm just sitting here scanning between 3 stocks every 5 minutes. The market sucks when you do that. So with that being said, I'm probably going to wrap up my day, ladies and gentlemen. I don't really see anything I want to get involved with at this point in time. I'm going to do one last scan up through my watch list, get into some of these larger price stocks just to see if anything stands out. But if not, we'll go ahead and call it a day. Break even, it's all good. I'd rather walk away at break even than losing money. So with that being said, guys, questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. Is RCON shortable? Yeah, it is. Why would I want to short RCON? Because we got a lot of resistance up here around 9. Right, so let's see if we get a big squeeze over 9, maybe up to the 950s. Look to take it short. Right now, I can't really take this long. Right, there's no reason to be buying it long. Yeah, there's a momentum to the upside, but what happens when it just sells off? What happens when sellers move in? Traders get scared and they start, stopping out. We're gonna see it come down. Right, we have support all the way back down at 775. So I can't be a buyer this high above support, but this close to resistance. If anything, I'm thinking short. The higher and closer to 9 that we get. I'm actually going to take ears off the watch list. BERY, we'll keep it on watch this afternoon. Rice, baby. We still got that valid downtrend, so we'll still keep this one on watch for a possible downtrend setup. I'm going to go ahead and switch to a 5, and I'm going to run through that watch list again. So PLUG, do we have anything there? No. Disney, do we have anything there? Not really. Snapchat, do we have anything on Snap? I mean, it's just chilling on this really steep uptrend. We can throw that really steep uptrend on it. See if it holds above. Boing, boing. Boing's testing that uptrend. We can actually remove it. We can draw one that's a little bit better and actually connect those points. And we can see here that we're really trying to hold that uptrend and that 9 EMA. So until we put in a lower high and crack the uptrend, we are still technically bullish, and we should not be looking to short this. Microsoft right now, throw a downtrend on the play right off these highs. Just some visual representation. We do have a little bit of that downtrend. Tesla. What's up, Tesla? What's up, girl? What you doing? What you doing? So Tesla, not really any opportunity there. Facebook, just sideways play. Apple, again, not a lot of opportunity, guys. So absolutely, Cameron. You have an amazing day. Cannot wait to work with you once again tomorrow. Have an awesome, awesome rest of your day. So yeah, I don't really see anything, guys. So we'll run it for about 6 more minutes. Questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. If not, we'll go ahead and wrap up this beautiful Thursday. Again, pretty slow day, light day of volume in the market, but there was a couple of different opportunities, right? There were a couple different ones. Just not really able to get in at the perfect timing. So, you know, I'm closing the day around break even. So, I mean, RCON, if you are looking for a play, I mean, it is pulling back and holding the 9, holding the 9, holding the 9, holding the 9. It's pulling back to the previous highs, right? We can see here all these little previous highs. It pulls back, pulls back, pulls back and holds. Was trying to hold the 9 EMA, but right now we're seeing a little bit of struggle. But let's keep it on watch above 833. I mean, it's not strong support. It's not a great setup, but there is momentum to the upside. And we have yet to see that momentum shift. So right now, RCON is still bullish. Let's see if we can hold above that 834 mark. Steve B asking about APRE. Let's go check out APRE real quick. APRE, getting a little bit of a flag formation here. Good eye. Good eye on APRE. I actually like this setup. The pullback, 50% right into the 9 EMA, getting a squeeze between that and the VWAP. APRE, if I can get an order typed quick enough, I may look to take this for a quick little scalp with stops about 5 cents away. We're starting to see a little bit of this flag. But again, the overall market's just not all that fantastic today, is it? So, I mean, these plays are a little risky just because there's not a lot of volume in the market. Got a downtrend. Support right around 536. Throw a fib on the play. Guarantee it's a 50% retrace. Yep, look at that. 50% retracement. We throw it on a 5-minute chart. We can see as well that we have a nice little healthy pullback. And we're respecting that 9 EMA as well. So overall, it's not a bad little setup here on APRE. Let's see if we get any kind of nice move to the upside. Let's see if we can break and squeeze here. Let's see if we can break and squeeze here on APRE. Can we squeeze here up to 560, 570? All right, so we're slowly creeping on up. Slowly. We want to see the buyers hold 550, and we want to see a little bit more price action and momentum, right? We're starting to see a little bit of that move up out of that squeeze, but we're not really seeing buyers step behind it, guys. Right? I mean, this kind of setup, this kind of, this kind of move in a healthy market would have ripped all the way to 560 by now, right? But we're seeing a lot of
it's a lot of choppiness, right? Buyers want to get it going, but we have the sellers just in control. I mean, again, in a healthy market, a nice market with volume, this would have popped up to that 565 within seconds. We should have seen more momentum behind it, but we're just not really getting it. So here's our third point of the downtrend over on RICE. Remember what we say about these downtrends. We want to see the third point, get a nice little pullback, higher low above support. So in this case, we're going to put our support right around that VWAP, right around that 1424 intraday support resistance. If we pull back and we can hold that 1424, 1425, and we start to curl, we might be able to take this long for a quick break of the downtrend. So let's see if we get that set up here on RICE. If we can, that may be my final trade of the day to actually make a couple bucks. So right now, my number one watch is right here on RICE at this point in time. And like I said, we get the setup, may look to take it for a final trade of the day, make a couple bucks possibly, but I want to be extra patient, you know. I want to be patient, really wait for those proper setups, especially with how choppy the market is. What's RCON doing? RCON giving a little bit back. We were due for that pullback. APRE still trying to hold 550, just not really getting that volume that we want to see out of that break, but go ahead and switch this to a 1 minute. Let's go ahead and go RICE order entries. You know, 14 support 1444. Better support at 1422, so that's still about 30 cents away. Let me start building a small position here on RICE, just so you guys know. Start building a very small position. You know, I want probably a couple thousand shares on this play, but right now I'm just going to start building small 200 share positions on RICE. I'll take a little bit of heat on very small size. I'm okay with that. But just in case this does start to pop, at least I have something on the table to make a couple bucks. But I still like 1422. But again, just in case we start to pop, anything could happen. I want to at least have something on the table to make a couple bucks. So 1448, 250 shares to start. Looking for a higher low off valid support, which again, we have VWAP. We have prior support resistance. A higher low into the fourth point of the downtrend for a nice big pop. And what we could look to see is a retest of that 1465 first, right? 1465 first. Anything over that 1465, we got room up to 15. All right, so we do have some nice overhead targets with little risk. I'm probably going to grab another 250 shares right here. Every 10 cents on the way down to 1422, I'll grab 250 shares and just scale into my position. Get a nice cost basis. Keep my stops maybe like 20, 30 cents. But this could be that higher low. We're starting to get some volume off the 9, off the previous high. Fourth point of the downtrend. First target to take some profit would be 1465. And I mean, I have such light size that I can give this some breathing room, right? I only have 500 shares on the play. So let's see if we break 1465 for the pop to 15. So we're starting to get that move that we were waiting for. Patience is key. P-A-Y. Capital P-A-Y. Patience. Right now, I'm gonna try and give this a go up towards that $15 mark. But look at that, guys. Look at that. Traders want to get it going. Sellers are still dominating this stock, which sucks. Look at just how choppy this market is.
mean, and again, in a good conditioned market, when market conditions are good, that's a fucking breakout all day. I'm not frustrated. I'm not, discouraged, but any other time, any other market, that is a solid freaking trade. 80% of the time, that bad boy rips. And we had that volume too, but sellers are just absolutely dominating the stock right now. So let's see what traders want to do here. Technically, supports at 14. I'm okay with that risk. I'm okay with a couple $100 on the trade, just to give it some breathing room. Overall, I mean, it still has a decent little setup trying to form right here. And look at that. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna move in? Or are you gonna break out? Pow! So just kind of keeping my eyes on the level 2. If I'm being quiet, just know that I'm just monitoring this trade, just looking at everything, right? Looking at the price action, momentum, and what we're seeing on that time in sales, level 2. Really just trying to get a feel for the stock to see if I'm going to need to be cutting it sooner than later, or if we do still have potential to move back up higher. So right now, as you guys know, I've been scaling into this position with $250 each time. Right now, my cost basis is $14.36. About 10 cents under, so not too shabby. And again, I'm just, keeping my eyes on that level 2. Really, that's all I care about. I know the setup, right? We're looking for the higher low. We're looking for the break of the downtrend that falls right around that 14.50. Looking for a break over 14.65. We have room to 15. So really, I know the levels. I know the prices in my head. I don't need to be looking at the chart. My eyes are fixated on the level 2. All right, this candle has to push, guys. Anything back under 14.20, I'm out. I've been trying to give it a go. This has been the one stock that's been giving me the hardest time. So right now I'm looking at, VWAP support, 14.20s. If we start dipping below that, I'm just going to go ahead and start, start cutting it and call it a day. Maybe wait until Powell talks. Maybe we see some volume and activity return this afternoon. But again, I got to hit the gym, baby. Got to get that pump in. All right, is this going to be the higher low break? We got to see it break 14.65. If it can't break 14.65 and it starts coming back down to my entry, I'm going to break even on the trade. This is the setup that we need to see break on strong volume and actually clear 14.65 and tag $15. If that can't happen within the next couple minutes, break even on the trade, guys. I like being patient, but I don't want to hold on to these stocks too long, especially in this really unhealthy market. Can we get that 1450? We got 1444. All right, slowly creeping. There's a 14.5. Can we break 14.5 on the bid? There's 14.5 on the bid. All right, 14.53. We're making a step in the right direction. 14.65 is the level, right? 14.65 has to just blast past that level, guys. We got to just go shapow right through that 14.65 all the way up to 15 bucks. Slow and steady wins the race. Can we get it? Here we're at 14.65. Buyers stepping in. See, look, sellers are just, I mean, people are taking profit at 14.65. That is a key level of resistance here. All right, stops are now going to be brought up under 14.50. I'm going to give this a little breathing room to see if we get that 14.65 break. But anything under 14.50, I'm going to start locking in what profit I do have and not take any unnecessary loss on this trade, as I have a nice cost basis. Come on, rice, baby. I'll sing to you. Rice, baby. Doom, 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 doom. Rice, baby. So she's still fighting for it. I'm taking some off there. So I took 250 off the table under 14.5. Just being smart, locking in something, you know what I mean? I'm going to switch this to a 1 minute, kind of really just dial into this and see what we're looking like here. I'm still holding 500 shares at a 14.36 cost basis. If we get a big squeeze, I mean, we could definitely see 15 clear, back over 15.5. I can only imagine how many shorts are just wrecking the stock. I mean, there was just so much selling that's got to be a lot of short activity. So if we can start breaking over some of these key levels, my goodness, here we go. I'm out. This stock is so all over the place, isn't it? Jeez. Can we just break out and move? Like, do we have to chop around before we break out? Like, give me a break. Give me a break. Yeah, Wesley, this market is like watching 80s porn. Yeah, it's boring. This market doesn't get me off. But we're above the downtrend, so we're still playing the technicals, guys. This is definitely a scalping type of trade. So we have the downtrend. We broke above. Let's see if we can hold it as support now, which would put us around 14.25 and the VWAP. So again, just clean support right on that level. We're still building higher lows. So a lower low short term would be 14.11. So we still have some room to continue building on up over on RICE. So let's see how these next couple candles close out. Still may have some potential here. It is 12.11 in the market, so we don't have tons of volume. You know what, I'm going to start building another small position here over on RICE. So I am long again at 14.37, 250 shares, just building a small position. I'm going to be in and out on this, just scalping it. It has some potential. It's so choppy that, again, you just got to take the trade when you see it and just scalp the crap out of it. So I'm long again at 14.37. Looking for this to move up over 14.50 again. I'm going to add over 14.50. I'm going to add again here over 1450. So if this doesn't break out, this has got no hope for it. If this doesn't squeeze over 1465, I mean, this stock right now just has no hope for it whatsoever. Got a lot of green coming through that time in sales, so we have some buyers stepping up. Just don't have anybody willing to pay more. All right, everybody's like, "Oh, I want to buy 1450." Come on, but pay 1453, pay 1455. Let's go. I'm going to add again over 1450. I'm going to add again over 1465. Looking for the breakout here. Trying to just nail these little dips, get a nice little cost basis, look for the squeeze. Can we get it? Come on, baby. Break 1465. Quit playing with us. Quit playing with us and just do it already. Come on, you turd. I won't talk bad about you. I won't talk bad. You're not a turd. I'm just kidding, RICE. You don't have to be all emotional. Just joking. I'm not calling you a turd. Just go ahead and do it. Just break over that 1465. I won't call you a turd again. I promise I won't call you a turd. I promise. Unless you like that dirty talk. You want me to talk to you extremely dirty, I'll call you a turd all day. You're a beautiful turd. You're a gorgeous turd. You're a gorgeous corn-filled turd, you know? I'll talk dirty if that's what you want, but just tell me what you want, RICE. Tell me how you want me to talk to you. What's it gonna take to get you the squeeze over 1465 up to 15? What do I have to do for you? Help me help you, RICE. Help me help you. Right? We're in this together. We're in it together. I'm adding again over 14.5. This is my final ad. Let's go. My final ad over 14.5. If this isn't it, I'm out. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll rub your back, give you a nice deep tissue massage for the next hour. And you know what? You don't like that. You don't like massages. You don't like getting treatment. You just like to be a wild random all over the place stock, don't you? Don't you? Tell you what, Rice doesn't like me today. Rice is just a big B word today. But I know it's going to break out. Here's the thing. Like, I just have this feeling in my gut that this stock is going to break out. It's going to squeeze the 15. It's going to go hard. But when? You know, when? How many times am I going to get chopped out before we actually get that move? And I still have that conviction, right? I'm convicted that we're going to see a 1465 squeeze. You know what I mean? I am convicted. Just how many times is it going to chop me out before I actually nail this big move for, 50, 60 cents, make $1,000 all day? So if we can dip one more time the 1420s, I may add, but I don't know. Rice, baby. Dun, 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 chicka. I mean, it's setting up to squeeze. I mean, that's the thing. It's setting up to squeeze. I I mean, we got this nice tight consolidation with higher lows, flat top. I mean, it is setting up to go on a big, nice squeeze like we saw here, right? A nice big squeeze. And I want to be in on that squeeze. I want to be making some money on that move. Just don't want it to keep chopping me out left and right before we get the move. Bad stock, bad stock. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you? Bad stock, bad stock. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you? I'm gonna squeeze. Come on, baby. Let's get it. There we go. Let's hold. Come on, baby. We got the squeeze. Come on, we're starting to squeeze on over. 1470. Let's go 15, baby. Let's go 15. Do not back down now, traders. Do not back down. Quit being scared. Y'all are scared. What's going on, scaredy cats? What's going on, scaredy cats? Why are you being so scared right now? Why are you so scared right now? You don't want to go? You don't want to make some money today? What's up? What's up with you? All right. After I'm out of this trade, whether it's green or red, I am done for the day, ladies and gentlemen. I am done. What a day. What a choppy freaking stock. I mean, come on. Like, how choppy can you get? Right? How many attempts? How much criteria? How much credibility you got to give us to take this trade and just to get chopped out? Right? A lot of good reasons to be in this trade, right? Squeeze formation, getting that increase in volume, price action, finally squeezing over 1465. It's just like traders don't want to play today. Like, traders don't want to play. They don't want to have any fun. Traders are like, what? Profits? Pfft. No one likes profits. Oh, we just want to jump in and get stopped out. We want to jump in and get stopped out. Let's just chop the market up today. But I'm thinking traders are thinking. Yep, that's a day. That sucks. Righty. Well, I tried to give it a go. It had potential. It had potential. Thursdays are good days for me. I don't know why. Usually the end of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are typically good days, right? But yeah, just a little messy, a little over the place. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and end the stream for now. I'm actually gonna keep it running. So if you guys want my scanners, you want my streamers, I'm gonna leave the stream running. I'm just gonna go ahead and mute myself. I'm gonna step out, disconnect, hit the gym, get my pump. We'll be back around 2:30 for some power hour. I'm not going to end the day on a red note. Not going to happen, right? So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to do the right thing. And I'm going to go ahead and just, like I said, leave the scanners up for you guys.
hit the gym. We'll come back 2:30, 3 o'clock, see if we have any movements or any kind of action this afternoon for some opportunity. But right now, it's pretty dead. So with that being said, let's go ahead and end our morning session. Again, I will be back here with you guys this afternoon at 2:30. So if you want to tune in, feel free. The live stream will be up until then. Feel free to have access to scanners, all of that good stuff. Keep it clean, keep it credible, keep it stock related here in the comment section. But guys, currently down 840. I tried to give RICE a go, but RICE just wants nothing to do with me today. So with that being said, as Brett would say, woo! Let's go ahead and wrap up this afternoon. Let's go ahead and enjoy our lunch over the next 2.5 hours, and we will be back come 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. I will see you guys then. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. It's 2:15. Just got back from the gym. My arms are completely burnt out. So maybe that'll prevent me from clicking the buy button and clicking the sell button. My arms are shot right now. But happy afternoon. Good thing I pushed myself. I'm tired. I don't feel like mentally taking any trades. Currently almost at my daily max loss. I'm about 50 bucks away from it. The only thing I will trade is if it's just a killer setup, right? If it's a killer setup, I may get involved. RICE's just absolutely destroyed me today. But what I've noticed, I was kind of skimming through some social media posts, talking to some fellow, colleagues and, other traders out there, and they're all like, yo, dude, it's been a pretty choppy week for me as well. It's kind of been all over the place. Haven't really found any consistency. So at least it's just not me that's feeling like the market's a little, just crappy. So that makes me feel a little bit better. No, I'm kidding. It wouldn't make me feel good or bad. But anyway, I'm definitely trying to see if I can't scrape myself out of this hole a little bit. Do we have anything good? I mean, RICE still trying to set up, but this thing's been extra choppy today. We got a break finally over that 1450 and getting a nice little decreasing volume pullback. So we'll keep that one on watch. What's VERY doing? Let's go ahead and just do a quick little scan through. See if we have anything. EARS, no. VERY, no. RICE is probably the one that may have some potential here, but I'm going to have to keep it small, really scrape myself out of this hole, so then I might have a little bit more breathing room to actually take on a little bit more size. But right now, I'm just going to sit back. If I close the day down, I'll close the day down. It's all good. It's a part of the game, guys. It's a part of the game, and this is actually really good for a lot of new traders to see. Someone that's been in the market for 6 years, someone that's consistent, year after year, consistent profits, always, hitting and exceeding my goal that, you go on streaks, right? You go on great winning streaks. You go on losing streaks. You go on break-even streaks. Right now, I'm on a break-even streak, right? The last 4 days, I'm coming out to about, actually, I'm down a little bit right now, if I actually look at it. I was actually up 9. I'm actually down 5 now. So the week's not over. I can definitely recoup 500 bucks and break even on the week, but that's a perfect testament of, guys, you're not always going to be green every day. You're not going to be green every week. You actually may start a month in the hole just to have to grind back and get close to break even, but then your next month could be a killer month to where you actually exceed your goal to where it averages out really nice. So again, it's all about just being consistent, sticking to what works, all of your strategies, everything that you've back tested over the years, and not veering away from your plan. All right, so always just keep that in mind as you will go through streaks, hot streaks, cold streaks, warm streaks. It's just a part of the game. It happens to the best of the best. All right. So that being said, yeah, I'm break even on the week. That's fine. Even if I was down on the week, that's okay because I know I'm going to recoup. And so if you're asking yourself, Josh, when am I able to actually start trading full time to where I can afford to go 2 to 3 months so I get a nice average, right? So I'm not really relying on my week to week trading as far as income. Well, you should probably have 6 to 8 months of income set aside to where you know that you can pay your bills for 6 to 8 months because trading is a game of average. So if you're asking how do I get into this if I'm going to have maybe a month where I'm breaking even? Well, you need to have your bills paid in advance, 6 to 8 months to where you're not trading emotionally, to where you can afford to basically go 2 months in a row, not make any money, and then have a nice month to where you're hitting your average and that nice consistent profit. So a little bit of a little breakdown on kind of what worked for me and how I finally quit my full-time job and did this full-time is I had my bills paid up in advance to where I'm not coming in having, I don't have to trade for 6 months in reality. If I didn't take a single trade for 6 months, my bills are paid. I'm good. I'm gravy. I can still live my life. And so I'm not over here stressing about, being down right now. I'm not stressing about being break even on the week. I'm not stressing because we still have a lot of time to go. So it's all about just being placed in that right mindset. All right. So with that being said, what do we got going on? Could we possibly see a reversal here on RICE? Absolutely. Absolutely. I got $50 of breathing room. So I'm going to have to keep this really, really tight, really, really safe. You know, maybe 10 cents a stop, 200 shares, 20 bucks, 25 bucks, 500 shares is 50. You know, I like the possible reversal that we have, but again, I don't want to get chopped out because RICE's been just really choppy today, right? Very, very choppy today. So I might as well play the chop. You know, if it's going to chop me out on a good setup, wait for it to chop, buy a really nasty area that you wouldn't expect it to do anything, and watch it fucking push. That's kind of how the market seems to me today. Is you got a nice setup, it doesn't hold, it comes down to a random, ridiculous area, and then moves. So stay away from trading the good setups today, Josh. Trade the fake outs of the setups, look to buy it, and then look at, you know what I mean? That's just what it seems like today. That's what it seems like's going on. So right now, we had the break. We had pullback on decreasing volume. We set in that doji above the 9. I mean, that's a good setup in a hot market, but the market's not hot, and now we're seeing it move on down. That's why I didn't take the trade. Not a huge fan of rice, baby. Rice screwed me. So anybody got any questions, comments, concerns? Let me know. We're getting RICE coming off those highs again. Traders just want to stick it to the man today. Stick it to the man. All right, EARS. I'm going to take that off the watch list for now. VERY. It's safe to say that can come off. ODT for tomorrow, maybe. UTME for tomorrow, maybe. Let's get away from these small caps. Let's see if we got any movement in some of these larger plays. Tesla, do we got any opportunity on Tesla? Facebook, Apple, and Jashpai. When's Powell talking? Is he on right now? Is Jerome talking? Mr. Jerome? All right, let's take a peek into what CNBC's talking about. You guys hear some background noise? Just go ahead and mute me. But if you don't mind that CNBC playing, then we're good. Who we got up in here? We got 13 viewers. What's going on, everybody? Happy afternoon. Trying to come back to see if we have any kind of opportunities. So let's go ahead and do a quick scan through our watch list. If there's anything new, BIOL's new. BIOL, a lot of resistance off the 50-day BIOL. We had some news on it looks like. What's SFET doing? SFET, this was one earlier. SFET's trying to move back out on higher lows. Trying to get a nice little pullback right now. We'll veer away from RICE. Maybe we have some opportunity somewhere else. We'll look at SFET. 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 So SFET, let's look at AVCT. Let's just go ahead and scroll through some of the stocks we were looking at today. APRE, anything there? Choppy. AVCT, nothing. EARS, how's the ARS doing now? VMAR, low float stock, got a little pump to it, nothing there. Yeah, there's not a lot going on. Get my beautiful face out of here so you can see that really nice up gapper list. Penny stock gainers. Mark, don't call it a comeback. What should I call it? A bounce back? Or don't call it anything at all. SFET trying to get the pullback and the hold of prior resistance at 167. Let's see if it can actually hold up. See if it can actually hold up and maybe get back up into the 180s. Be about 10 cents or so. BERY is trying to bottom off 14, low a day, and get a little curl to it. So we'll keep this one on watch. BERY. See if that has any life in it. I'm going to go long here on SFET. Keep those stops extremely tight. Maybe. Like 50-50 with it. I mean, I'd literally have to keep my stops like 2 to 3 cents. That'd put me right at... Just doesn't seem like there's a lot of reward to it, you know? Yeah, I don't like the reward on it. You know, if BERY does start moving, it does have room to 16, 1630-ish. Support 1410. SFET is a 23 million in flow stock with really good volume, and it's moving like it's a freaking 100 million in flow stock, so not too much action going on. It's definitely setting itself up, though, for a possible break here in the day.
Oh man, my arms are shot. I can't even move them. Oh boy. Start working out earlier. I don't know. All right now I'm not seeing too much, guys, so I thought I'd come back in, see if we had any opportunity here end of day, but right now I'm not really seeing too much. We'll give it another 30 minutes. If we see something start moving on up, maybe we got a good opportunity. So just kind of sitting back, relaxing. Right now we got support, SFET right around that 167 to 169. RICE is looking more like it's going to be a short, more than anything. But this thing's just been all over the place today, you know? That's a good thing. Welcome to the gun show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the gun show. I got these AK-47s. Oh, man. Just flexing like that made me tired. Whew. Only been back in the gym probably like, I don't know. What? Started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the last couple weeks. Not bad. You know, I'm trying to get in there at least consistently twice a week. Get some rhythm under my belt. Get some consistency. You know, 2, 3 weeks into it, add a day. You know, then start adding time. Right now I'm trying to go for at least 45 minutes to an hour. Then slowly make it an hour 15, hour 30, add another day. And eventually I want to get it to where I'm going like every other day. You know, have a good pump, get a nice rest day, you know, just kind of build that consistency. But yeah, it's not bad so far. Definitely tiring, man. My body's still getting used to it. But I love it. I love going in, getting a good pump. I feel good the next day. I love feeling sore. Makes me feel like I accomplished something. Yeah, you know, right now I'm just going 2 days a week. Mondays and Thursdays. This week it was Tuesday, Thursday. Just kind of scanning through, trying to find like the best setup, guys. I want to find something that just like really good setup, little to no heat, jump in, make some money, but if I don't find anything, it's okay. It is a-okay. So, I mean, VERY could transition back over 15 up to 16 to 1630. So I'm kind of keeping that one on watch. That's just, you know, I'd have to take a little too much heat on that trade at this point in time. So no sense in really getting involved with it now. SFET is just, it's acting like it's a super large float stock. So I'm not a huge fan. All right, you got TESS hitting the breakout scanner. TESS, what's going on here? Why are you hitting the breakout scanner, weirdo? TSS, nothing going on there. RICE is just going to chop sideways. Apple, there wasn't really anything going on there. Slow, steady. Facebook, nothing really happening. Tesla. I don't like you, Tesla. You look like a good short, and you go, pow! Microsoft. Boing, oing, 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 oing. Boing, oing, oing, oing. Plug walk. I don't know. For some reason, I like plug to the short side. I like plug to the short side. I could literally risk like 10 cents. It's so tight. 10 cents is so tight. But I like it for a possible short here. Looks like it wants to just dump a roo. I tore my hands all up. I gotta get some gloves. I have big old nasty calluses. Ugh. Look at that. Woo! You know, I'm going to try and nail this short here on plug. Alright, let's get a new low. Can we get a new low on PLUG? Can we get a new little low right here below 32.50? Lock in a quick, you know, $50. Give myself a little bit more breathing room for the next trade. Just looking to scalp a little bit here. If I see the ask pop back above 32.60, I'm just going to cover. I'm going to just try and knock 30 here, 30 there. Kind of get myself out of the hole. So if we see a nice trade here in today, at least I can get in. I have some breathing room versus $50. Maybe I can dig myself out just a little bit to where I can, you know, really set myself up for a nice winning trade here in today. So I went ahead and took PLUG for a quick little $30. Nothing special, but, you know, I do, you know, a couple of those over the next few minutes. I'll build myself up to have, you know, a couple $100 of breathing room to where I can actually jump in a nice trade if we see one. So PLUG, I like the rejection off the 9. It has a lot of pressure to the downside. I probably will end up cracking this low, getting a nice little pop off 32.5 before it does get rejected. Maybe move low into like the 32.20s. So, I'm going to keep that on watch. What happened? Didn't we have like 30-some likes earlier? Didn't we have like 30-some likes? Now we got 25 people like reducing the likes. They're like, yeah, he's not green today. We can't like it. He didn't drop no value bombs or anything, you know. We only like it when Josh is green. Josh has got to be green for us to like that stream. I could have swore we had like 30-something. Everybody's like, red on the day, dislike. Not even dislike. Let's just take the likes away. We don't want people seeing Josh's red day. We're not going to like it so it doesn't get pushed. We'll push the green days for him. Oh, man. All right, so I don't even know if Powell was talking today. Was Jerome talking today? And we would probably see any kind of news about it. Fed says when pandemic is behind us, Fed will shrink big balance sheet, but will be in bigger than Fed. I don't see anything about Powell talking. Usually he talks around 2 o'clock. I don't see any PRs around 2. Oh. I'm surprised I'm still here. I usually don't trade in the afternoons. I'm surprised I'm here right now. You guys have any questions, comments, concerns? If you do, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to get those answered for you. Other than that, really just kind of sitting back, see what's going on this afternoon. Now you guys are just messing with me. It was at 26 and now it's at 22. Now it's at 21. Now you guys are just messing with me right now, aren't you? I'm like, let's just mess with Josh. You guys crack me up.
guys are really messing with me right now. Now it's down to 20. Brett's over here like, I'm gonna screw with Josh. I'm gonna smash it, unsmash it, smash it, unsmash it. Ah. Right. May end up just calling it a day, guys. I'm not really enjoying it. I'm enjoying your guys' company. I enjoy helping you out, building you up. I'm not enjoying the market. Brett's like, it's not me. Hee hee. Oh, yeah, it is. He's like, tee hee hee, not me. I don't really see anything else. I mean, you got IKNX hitting our breakout scanner. What's up with IKNX? Another just random pump and dump. Another random pump and dump here on IKNX. Very, very low float. Popped up about $1 there on very light volume. About 40,000 shares. So nothing there. Same thing, TESS, just a random pump and dump. Yeah. Are you guys seeing anything that I'm not seeing? I think I'm pretty much covering everything. I don't really see, too much. I don't think I'm missing anything at this time. I mean, we pretty much scanned through everything, didn't we? Well, we had IMMP. We had ORBC, but that was the one that's just going to level off. SFET. UTME. Yeah. We had ears. I know we just looked at that, but I'm just curious to see if ears ever gets a nice little pop back up. We're asking what's up with CMMB. Well, let's go check out CMMB real quick. CMMB. Yeah, what is up with this? Not even hitting any scanners. This is just, to me, it seems like we got something people want to get going. Traders want to trade, right? So we got one of these just really random stocks that's just getting a lot of hype to it. Very risky play, but there might be some opportunity here. Let's see where how high this can go. I mean, first thing I see is that high. If we look at those candles, 58. We kind of look at this level here. Light support around 50. CMMB, chemo, therapeutic shares resume trading. So it looks like they were halted. Looks like they've been halted for a while now. When was the last day? 4748. No, that was just an intraday halt. 329, a points. Alan Moses, the board. So nothing crazy, just halt. Yeah, we're just getting a little random mover. Kind of like LTRPB. LTRPB. Was it LTRPB?
Yeah, this, these random ones that just get some traction, they go, 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 because traders are bored and they want to get something going. Kind of what we're seeing with CMMB, right? Just a really random play. Traders want to get something going. And we have a lot of decent volume flowing into it. CMMB is not shortable, so it's not like we're going to have any help from people trying to short this and it's squeezing over the highs or anything. So right now we just got nothing but buying. Can't short it if we get a big nasty red candle, but this thing, I mean, I wouldn't want to short it. Man, this thing's squeezing to the upside a little bit. Very random, just like LTRPB, and there was another one, just very, very random stocks that just end up just squeezing throughout the day. So I mean, this one really gets traction, and traders, it seems like a lot of traders are flooding to this because we have nice increased volume along this push up. We may have some opportunity here, but this is a high risk play. I mean, this is very, very high risk, but it's also high reward. So it's like, how do we trade this? Well, I'm asking, how do I trade this with $50 of breathing room, right? 50 shares, risk $1. Like, I still feel like, risking $1 is too much when the spread's $1, right? So it's like, the challenge is real. The struggle is real. I mean, you got like a $1 spread right now over on CMMB, so it's very, very high risk. But again, if you nail this kind of trade, it could be potentially high reward as well. But the second that it falls off, those spreads are going to open wide. And you're going to see like that. Right now you got a $2 spread. You got a $2 spread on the stock. That's insane. So, I mean, let's keep it on watch. Let's see if those spreads tighten up a little bit. Let's see if we get any kind of consistency with it. But yeah, just one of them randos, like you said. Total rando. Yeah, $2 spread, $1.50 spread. It's all over the place. I mean, you have SFET trying the flag, but the volume's just not there. I mean, it's reacting like it's a large float, low volume stock, but I mean, it's slammed with orders on the bid and the ask, and I mean, it's barely moving right now. I don't like how it's just barely moving. Let's go ahead and look at RIC on like a higher time frame, see if we get any like clarification of maybe some higher time frame move. But right now, it's just a chop fest. I mean, every time frame just doesn't look good at all. So you got CMMB hitting a new high a day at 58. CMMB new high at 58 bucks. That's a little resistance level there, right around 58.86. Joshua Hines, CLOV. Let's check it out, right? When the market's slow like this, might as well check out some stuff. See if we have any opportunity. First thing I noticed, about $9, $9.11 resistance. Anything over that, up towards around $9.80 to $9.89. Really look at the daily chart right here. We can see that we had a little bounce. We lost that level with increased volume, so that's a key level of interest. We came back up and retested as resistance. So right around that 9 to 9.11 would be some resistance. But if we can break over that, our next level of resistance would be prior support here on the daily. Also that 50-day moving average up towards around 980. So right now, 911 resistance on CLOV. It is easy to short as well. Why is CLOV up? Clover Health Investments share spike higher. Traders circulate document showing approval in several states. All right. That came out at 14:37, so this came out about 14 minutes ago. At 14:37 when that news hit, but it had already gotten a little bit of pop to it. So maybe a little bit of, I don't want to say insider trading, but maybe some traders, heard this press release before TD released it and got it going. But you do have a lot of that resistance at 911, so I wouldn't be really too crazy about taking this long. If anything, I'd be thinking about shorting this up towards around one of these key resistance levels. So yeah, let's keep CLOV on watch here for a possible short off maybe 911. If it breaks through 911, somewhere up towards around the high nines, $9.80, $10 for a quick little short.
So we have two stocks. We have CLOV. We just talked about that, kind of what to look for. We're just sitting back waiting. We have CMMB. Next halt on this stock over on, again, CMMB is going to be 63.53. No, I'm sorry, 63.67. So about another $2, and we could probably see this get halted. 63 and maybe a halt trigger. Yep, here's a halt, guys. If the bids hold 63.67, which they couldn't, we would see that halt come through. There's 63.67 again, but we keep backing off that halt area. So we hold 63.67, or now it's 64. Where's it at? 64.47, 64.46. That's where we'll get halted, right there at that 64.46 mark. Bids are stacking, 64.46. If we hold this for another 5 seconds, watch for CMMB to get halted right here at the 64.46. If bids hold it for another couple seconds, and we're halted. CMMB currently halted at 64.46. So let's keep this on watch outside of the halt. Let's see if we have a nice possible halt strategy on CMMB. That would be interesting. A lot of room to the upside, up towards around $79. So it's got tons of room to the upside, but it's also got tons of room to the downside. So we got about 5 minutes there on CMMB. Definitely going to keep that one on high watch. So this was halted at 14.52. So we're looking at 14.57 and 53 seconds. So about 3 more minutes to go here on CMMB. Right now we have buyers at 64.46 right at the hold area. So if we don't have any bids step up above that, we probably won't see a gap up. But again, we do have 3 minutes to go. Let's go ahead and mark up our 64.46 level. 64.46. Alt area, and see if we get a gap up and a quick little pullback to that 64.46 mark. Brett, does TOS show halts, or is it your scanners only? So it's only Trade Ideas scanners. I actually, we had those custom coded through Trade Ideas. So yes, from my knowledge, there's no presets or anything through TD to show halts. We have that custom coded through Trade Ideas. So a couple more minutes on CMMB. All right, so I'm focused here. CMMB. Let's see if we get anything good. About 2 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. CMMB, 2 minutes. Looking to see what we look like out of this halt. Right now, buyers still stacked at 64.46. We have asks all the way up towards around 67.99. So it really depends on what the first order is. What's the first order to go through when it goes live? Someone gonna get a buy, someone gonna get sold. That's going to determine where this stock will open up at. Right now, $65 on the bid. Oh, $70 on the bid. Get out of here. Get out of here. Someone wants to pay $70 for this crap? I don't know who that is. They wanted to buy 100 shares too. Get out of here. You nuts. Right now, you still got ask up towards around 68.
64, 68, just kind of hovering around that area. Might even see a little bit of a gap down over on CMMB. Oh, I got a bid sitting at 67 right now. Less than a minute to go. If it's a 5-minute halt, we're looking at 14:57 and 53 seconds. I expect to see some profit taking, to be honest with you. I mean, traders that are in this, let's take some profit out of the halt, right? That'd be my mindset. So I expect to see a little bit of profit taking, but how far could this come back down? I would say back down towards around that 58. We lose 58, back down towards around VWAP, 9 EMA, and that $50 natural support level. So we'll see what CMMB looks like. We'll be live here momentarily, about 10 seconds to go. Right now, it looks like we may get a little bit of a gap down out of the halt based on that level 2. We got bids below 64, and we got a gap up. Yeah, these spreads are like too much to get involved. I mean, these spreads are wild. Look how fast this moves. Whew. Whew. My gosh. Quick moving stock. $2 spread, $1.50 spread. Jeez. Spread's nasty. This spread's all over the place. Limit up, limit down to the downside. LULD is going to be 61. So if you hit 61 to the downside, it's going to be halted down. I mean, I would get in off that halt area, but the spreads are like $3. I mean, I can't get in on a $3 spread. Now, regardless of it coming right down to that halt area near that 64.50, I just can't get in when that spread's that aggressive. I mean, a nice little bounce off the halt area, though. I mean, that was a good little setup. But yeah, you got, $2, $3 spreads at sometimes. Yeah, 67 bids, 69 ask, 68.33. So they're starting to tighten up a little bit. Now you got about another $2 spread. So yeah, they're starting to tighten up a little bit, then they just go wild. About a $1 spread at this time over on CMMB. This one's trying to hold 65. A crack of 65, watch for a dump down to 60. Oh, what you gonna do, CMMB? Are you gonna rip and run for me? So right now, down towards that 65. If it cracks 65, it'll dump really, really hard down into the 60s, and that's where your halt area is to the downside. You don't want to get caught up in a big dump here, guys. The second it starts losing that, watch it. See, look at it dump. Just boom, down to 60. Just like that. Halt area 6102. So you're about $1 away from getting halted to the downside. 6102 halt level. Right now you're at 62 on the bid, so you're about $1 away. Let's let this thing kind of figure itself out. What's up with CLOV? Still waiting on that. Maybe up towards around that 911 for a possible short off resistance. CMMB getting really close to a halt to the downside. Now it's at $60.41 is your LULD to the downside. So you're about $2 away over on that as far as getting halted down. EARS. I don't even know why we're still looking at that. That one's a duty. VERY, same thing. SFET, same thing. Removing those from the watch list. RICE, we'll still keep it on watch. See if we get any kind of movement here in the last hour of the day. Go ahead and switch CMMB over to a 2 and just kind of really dial into this. So LULD CMMB is down towards around now 59.78. So you got quite some time before you even see this halted to the downside. Right now, this is really the only stock that has any activity towards it. May do like a very, 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 very small size on something like this and look for a nice big squeeze. Right now, I'm not really digging it. May take like a small, like really small 25 shares above the 9 EMA here. I'm going to give this 20 more seconds for this candle to close. Might get a break of this downtrend coming on up. And that's why, I mean, I'm going to keep it like really, really, really small. I mean, like literally like 25 shares. So 67. I'm at 66. Anything under 67, I'm out. I want to see it squeeze here. See if we get a break over high a day. Over 70, some attention return to it. There's 68 on the bid. Let's see if we get a nice little squeeze here into another halt. There's 68. There's 67. All right. I made a couple bucks on it. I made a couple ballers on it. Like 50 bucks. But she's a risky one, all right. She's a risky one. So we can look at CLOV. This one has some nice volume. This one has some nice attention. Throw a downtrend on the play. Where's a good level of support? Well, you got VWAP right around 828. Also happens to be a little pullback area. Pretty close to that first little high around 814. So let's go ahead and mark that level up and just keep it on watch to see if it can hold above. I'm not saying we're going to get involved, but just watching it to see if it can hold above. CMMB halt to the downside is here very soon. 59. He hit 59.
You're going to see this get halted. There's 59.08. Here's a halt to the downside. 59.08 is the halt to the downside if it holds this level for the next 5 seconds. So looking about 3, 2, and 1. We are going to get halted to the downside, and we're halted. All right, give me a few moments, guys. I will be right back with you. I got to jump on a quick phone call.
All right, thanks for your patience, guys. Had to jump on a quick little call there. So, we miss anything? No. CLOV breaking the downtrend. Trying to get another leg up. CMMB is currently live. Live. It's live, live, live. Like those seagulls off Nemo. Live, live, mine. It's live, live, live. We're going to do a quick scan through everything else real quick before we end the day, ladies and gentlemen. RICE, guys, I wouldn't touch this. This has been a monster mess today over on RICE, as you can see. $1,800. ODT, maybe tomorrow. Again, we're just kind of keeping some of these on the back burner for possibly tomorrow. Looking at some larger cap stocks. Everything's pretty much sideways today. There's just not a lot of great opportunity in the market. So if you guys are still interested in staying in, seeing where there's some opportunity, I would just really look at CMMB over 80. It does have some nice room. And then CLOV up towards around 911. So those are your top two stocks to focus on. Again, CLOV, light support back down towards around these lows of 830. Top resistance at 911. If it ever breaks over 911, you're looking up around 980. And then we also have CMMB right now. Maybe try and hold the VWAP, try and hold up above that 55 level if it can, and it could re-break 60. We could definitely get a retest of those 72 highs, maybe even up towards around 79, those all-time highs. With that being said, that's really all we got, ladies and gentlemen. If you got any questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know before we jump off the live stream. What an awesome day. Yes, it's a red day, but hey, it was still an awesome day. Building you guys up, dropping those value bombs, educating everybody. So as long as you got value from it, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Because we got one more day this week, and anything is possible. Absolutely, Brett. Thank you for tuning in, my man. Education is green, 100%. As you guys can probably tell, I'm still getting accustomed to the triple tasking, right? Analyzing the stocks, providing education behind everything so you guys know exactly what's going on, why it's moving, what we're looking at, answering the questions, and trying to take trades at the same time. So, you know, it is a little different for me. I haven't done this in about 6 months. So the last week, I'm just getting reaccustomed to it, trying to find my flow and find my edge once again with, again, just doing a lot of things at once and still trying to take trades and make money myself. So starting to get used to it. You know, it was definitely different, a little rocky the first week as far as consistency on my part. But again, you know, I'm doing 3 to 4 things at once, making sure you guys, my main priority, are being taken care of, educated. You guys are learning. And still trying to take those trades on my own. So come next week, we should be good, ready to rock and roll. This was definitely a good week to kind of get everything figured out. Nice and smooth flow. Everything's good to go, ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll give it another couple minutes here, see if anything starts moving on up. CMMB looking pretty weak right now. CLOV trying to get another little push up towards these highs of 880 for a possible retest. So I would say your number one stock to watch here until the end of the day is going to be CLOV. RICE, like I said, I would just stay away from this one, guys. I mean, it may look like it's going to break out. It may look great. The criteria is there. But, I mean, I got chopped out 3 to 4 different times on pretty decent setups, right? This one right here was the one that really got me. Whoop, whoop, right? So overall, it's not a healthy stock. It's not a healthy market. Market conditions are definitely ice cold, rainy, snowy, hailing outside. Definitely not a great day to be participating in the market. So definitely sit back on those hands if you can. Be patient. Let's see if we have any activity come tomorrow. But if you guys are interested in trying to figure out where the next best opportunity is, I would put you guys over here on CLOV. If we can break over the high a day, we have room up towards around 911. CMMB, this one looks like it may be getting halted down. LULD to the downside is $50.63. So you may see a bounce off 50. You may see a bounce off 47. What's the whole area again? 49.90. So right at 50 bucks. Here's CLOV into a new high a day, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm definitely watching CLOV here up towards around that 911 mark.
So we're running out of steam up towards around $9. I'd like to see a little, fake out breakout over 9, hit that 911 resistance, maybe grab a quick short for the pullback into the 880s. But we're running out of steam because we're decreasing volume along this move higher. I'd still like to see a quick little pop up into the, yeah, we're not going to get it. We're starting to pull back off the 896s. So no entry there for me. CMMB. Just trying to see if it's going to hold above that $50 mark on CMMB. Halt to the downside would be 47.82. I'm curious to see if CMMB gets any action here in post-market. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this thing squeeze here in after hours over on CMMB. So I'm going to be keeping that one on watch. We're starting to see RICE move up a little bit, but what do we know about this damn thing? A lot of fake out breakouts today. I mean, we got that key level of resistance right off that 1465 mark, and this thing's just been struggling all day to get back above. I don't even trust it getting back above 1460. But hey, surprise me, RICE. Surprise me. Show me what you got. All right, here's CLOV. Let's see if we have anything coming on up on CLOV. So I may attempt to take CLOV long out of this little consolidation, kind of like a flag setup. So I'm going to try and give CLOV a little bit of a go here. Up into 9 and then flip shorts. Let's see if we get the high day break. It has the momentum. It has the volume right here. So let's see if we can go ahead and get that high day break. And at 885. Long at 885. I want to sell around 9. I want to see a little pop over 9. Sell it. Flip short. There we go. And I'm out. And I'm out. CLOV. Boom. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. But green's green. Quick $100. I didn't get a flip short on it. I'm going to wait and see if we pop a little over that 910. Right up to that 910 mark, though. So right up to that 910. Breaks over that 911. It has room all the way up to 989. We're on a nice solid uptrend, so I may change my bias of shorting this and really maybe wait for a 990 short if we get a nice big squeeze. Let's see if we get another long setup here. I went ahead and took profit at 903, locked in a quick 112, just slowly creeping out of the hole. You know, I'm only down $300 on the week now, so I mean, if I break even this week, if I'm like a couple bucks profitable, you know what? I'm happy. I am a happy camper. All right, let's see if this is going to pop over that 915. Looks like it's holding up as resistance, but I don't want to be shorting this. It does have room up to 990. All right, let's wait for this to kind of do its thing. Let's see where it pulls back to. CMMB's looking pretty done. I mean, it may bounce off this halt area at 47.85, which it's trying to right now. RICE is just, yeah. Nothing going on over on RICE. So right now, all eyes right now, ladies and gentlemen, over on CLOV. All right, let's see if CLOV is going to pop over high a day here. Or possibly double top and pull back to the 880s. Again, CLOV. Doing a small little flag, right? Small little flag, quick little flag here. May get a pop over that 915 here momentarily. There's 909 on the bid, 905. Just trying to get it. We'll give this a few more seconds to see if we could actually break up over that high a day. Right now you got $9 support. Getting a little short-term bullish flag here, right? Push up, little consolidation, decreased volume, so a little bit of a flag. Trying to go for high a day. May actually get high a day here. So right now we don't really have anything setting up on CLOV. CMMB, this one's pretty much dead for today. So let's go ahead and just not really paying too much attention to that. RICE is still trying to hold and get another move to the upside, but as we know, it'll probably end up dumping on off. And yeah, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, CLOV number one watch. I'm actually going to go ahead and jump off the mic, go ahead and wrap up my day. I got a few things I got to get done. But other than that, guys, thank you so much for tuning in this afternoon for the last hour. Just trying to see if there's any other opportunity out there. I was able to, you know, squeeze out another couple $100. Nothing crazy, but reducing that red, which is all gravy. So once again, awesome work today, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you received nothing but those value bombs. And I'm ready to see what we have in store for tomorrow to end this week on a positive note. So if you guys ever have any questions, comments, concerns, hit me up anytime, Josh at Alpha Day Trading. Other than that, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning, 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. And don't miss it. Tomorrow is our biggest giveaway ever. Let's go ahead and end the day on a positive note in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Have a great night, guys. Stay smart, stay safe, and I will see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. Have a good night.